Hello. Hello. How is everybody? 1 minute. I'll bring you in. Let me bring you in. Paton. Hi, everyone. It's me, Kelpie. And I'm here with what I hope will be a relatively chill stream tonight. Yeah. You can see me jumping back. I'm going to be a little bit bigger, I think. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Oh, I am a sleepy boy. Oh, I'm a sleepy boy. Hopefully, I have my ever favorite present caffeine with me, the caffeination. I hope everyone had a really nice day today. I know Mondays can be a bit of a, without sounding like a boomer, Mondays can be a bit of a shit day. So I hope everyone had, like, you know, a good day. To be honest, this is just going to be a nice, chill, easy stream. We're going to chat a little bit. We're going to rank the Pokemon, the first gen. And this is probably, like, to be honest, like, I am a huge Pokemon fan. I know we haven't played it much. We've sort of read for Digimon, but like, I have opinions, okay? I have opinions, and some of those opinions may anger Gen 1ers. You know, I've got a feeling that they may be a little bit unhappy. And by unhappy, I mean that they might be molding a little bit after this. Because, to be honest, my opinion of Gen 1 is not that Gen 1's bad. It's just that Gen 1 has an opportunity through a modern lens to be a lot better than it actually is. And people, they refuse to admit this. They refuse to. Absolutely refuse to. They're always like, no, my fucking Gyarados. So yeah, just saying it now, I do not think Gen 1 is bad. I don't think Gen 1's bad. I just have opinions, that it could be better. And yes, they are iconic. They are. But that doesn't change the fact that some of them are just recolored animals. Like, if that was like a Fortnite skin, people would be pissed, but maybe Fortnite's not. I don't know. Are people pissed when they just do recolored Fortnite skins? I don't know. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do. That's just how it's gonna go. It's gonna be a nice chill day. We're not gonna be stressing much about things. So yeah, if people wanna come in and lurk, they can lurk. If people want to comment, chat, and judge my opinions, I'm sure they're going to do that. This is the internet. But yeah, I hope everyone had a really good day. I had to get up quite early for the royal duties. To be honest, I hate getting up early. I hate it. It's the one, like, I don't know. I just think there's better things that I could be doing with my life than getting up early in the morning. And, like, we should just be saying to people, listen, I know you have problems. Trust me, I deal with you most days. I know you have problems. But sometimes we just need to say no. We need to say, I am sorry, sir, ma'am, mitts, whoever it is, that trots up to me on my little stump in the woods where I speak to all of the citizens. Maybe I should just have a sign that says, not today. Or not for not until 10 o'clock. Yeah. I think that's maybe a good time to start speaking to people. Yeah. But you know, the palace secretaries would probably they probably give me a little scalp on the backside if I turned around and said, by the way, I'm only doing things from 10. But yeah, I hate getting up early. Sleeping for me, I have like some things that make sleeping difficult. Not in a huge sense, but like sleep just doesn't come easy. So quite often I'll be up fairly late, even when I'm saying, you know, oh, I'm away to sleep. Like it'll take me hours sometimes. So when I do get to sleep, it's like I just want to sleep, man. Like, come on, give a Kelpie a break, you know? Like, when I do get to sleep, I just want to be able to sleep. I want to feel good for it. Like, do you know when like you sleep and then you're woken up too early from that sleep? That feels shit, man. Oh, I hate that. Like, I'm not gonna say, oh, nothing's worse than being woken up early, because there are plenty of things that's worse, you know? Plenty of things. Your cat could pee on your bed with you in it. There you go. That would be worse, objectively speaking, than being woken up early. But yeah, it sucks. So I just think that like we need to tell people that because we are also people, that we need the time and chance to function. that I only feels fair. If I'm helping you, I need to help myself before I help anyone else. But so yeah, today was ugh. I didn't like it. I don't like it. I can't even get okay because like my whole body is just like, no, you're not getting anything. Oh dear. Oh my goodness. What is going on? Anyway. I am sorry, but I did tell you I was a sleepy boy. But yeah, I did put a little poll up on Twitter, and yeah, I think it was like 1 person, 4 people answered on it, I think. And like 1 person said not to drink, and I was like, okay. But yeah, so I'd say, judging by the results, yeah, 4 votes, and 3 of those were for yes, drink up. Only 1 of them was for no, it's Monday, you melt. So don't worry, I'm not gonna go like crazy. Plus, it is only beer. So I have myself some Peroni. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Also, I believe the current Twitter discourse is surrounding ara. Those words, I didn't do that properly, so that does not count. But yeah, people are like, oh no, you know, you're gonna get banned if you say it, and it's like, well, no, the things aren't explicit about that. You're going to get banned if it sounds explicit, you know. You can say it, just don't take it too far. Like, and some people are arguing like, oh, but like it's inherently, you know, smexy. And it's like, well, you know, by that logic, just having, you know, if you want to take it that words are inherently smexy, then, you know, bodies are inherently smexy. Well, I just, you know, peace out right now, just become a voice because like I have a body. But no, like, you know, you can still say things, you can still have fun, just be sensible. That's, you know, part of my royal duties is often helping people understand things that are written in tiny little writing, such as that. And like, yes, at points it will be used to the extreme, but like in most cases it will not. If you want absolute protection, then like, you know, just be a bit of cardboard. Like that is your best bet. But like, in the whole, unless you are like finding ways to sort of like circumvent rules or anything like that, like terms of service are there as guidelines. They're not there as absolutes, you know. So people can still say things and have fun. They're just saying like, come on guys, tone it down. Although I do agree that like there are some streams where like they're not ara. I also just said I didn't do it properly there, so that still does not count. There are some streams like some ASMR streams. Now I'm a fan of ASMR, but there are sometimes you go in, and that does not sound like an I would not open that stream up in front of my mother. If I did open that stream up in front of my mother, I would have to close it. So yeah, like it's you're not gonna get like, you know, Daddy Bezos isn't gonna come and like drop kick you just because you said some words in a flirty voice. Like, no, it's all good. Oh dear, I think the caffeine's starting to, you know, it's circulating. But yeah, these Kelpie bones ain't meant for being outside water long, so like I am really uncomfortable for some reason. I'm wondering if I should maybe, just for this stream, turn down like the noise gate a little bit maybe on my mic, so that you guys can hear the drinking. I don't know if that's something that you want. If you want some potential drinking ASMR, like, oh, drinking, help. Like, I don't know, man. Like, just ask. But yeah. So I almost I realize there is some irony in saying this because I do as a Kelpie, and as part of my, you know, lore in the lost debut the lost debut that has disappeared because someone didn't fucking record it. Say that I live in a palace at the bottom of Loch Ness. So I understand that there is a distinct irony in me telling this story, but today I almost flooded the palace. See, what had happened was I was, you know, doing the royal duties, and as I also mentioned in the Lost the Lost Forever debut stream, my butler, his blessing is to teleport. And I said, "Oh butler, when I am finished the royalist of duties, I would very much like to have a bath, because, you know, that today all of the citizens, all of the animals had me running up and down hills. They had me crawling into you know, little spaces. I was dirty, and your boy was sweaty, and I didn't appreciate it. So I was like, butler, oh dearest butler, I would very much like to have a bath when I finish. So, with his blessing, he teleported us quickly, just for a few minutes, back to the palace so that, you know, I could run the bath how I like it. Normally people would assume that your butler would do it, but I'm quite specific. I do like my baths to be one step down from like a pot of boiling water. I want to be one step away from cooking a lobster in my bath. I also like a lot of bubbles, like a fuck ton of bubbles, like a metric fuck ton, guys. Like I like a lot of bubbles in my bath. So yeah, I made the bath and I was like, yo, dearest butler, I am good to go. Let's peace out. We'll be back in, you know, a little bit just to switch it off so that, yeah. I was sat and I was talking to a little blue tit, but all of a sudden I was like, the bath. So yeah, I had to very quickly finish with the little blue tit that I was helping, and Butler and I had to. Luckily, he can teleport, so that's handy. But yeah. Luckily, baths here have like they're like little overflow drains. So the plug attaches and it's like a little circle, and then that circle has little circles inside it that are cut out, and the water can sort of escape through there. So that overflow drain was pulling overtime. Overflow drain. The shout out is for you. You saved my backside there. I would have had a very sore bahookie. Yeah. So yeah, almost flooded the underwater palace today. That's the kind of day it's been. So yeah, I hope everyone had a better day than I did. But just gonna have another little drinky poo of the caffeine. But yeah, I said a few streams ago, I'm considering doing like some multi-stream platforming, and I have just remembered I did not upload the VODs. I do have all my VODs on a YouTube channel. It's just Creepy Kelpie on YouTube, and you'll see my cute face. What was that? So yeah, if you want to see any of the past streams, if you want to see how scuffed things were, like to start with, that's totally cool. I mean, things I say scuffed to start with. My Minecraft streams, I just cannot figure it out. On why Minecraft streams are so scuffed. I don't know what it is. I did do a little bit of work on the Minecraft world, just like off stream. So like I tidied the path. I absolutely did not die several times. You know, I died several times. But yeah, so I did that. I got a good chunk, you know, cleared. I built a little, I want to call it a way station. Yeah. I built a little way station in the crevice, so that at least, like, if anything does happen, there's a place to go to and from there. So yeah, we built something in the crevice, just so that we have like a point to get to, a point that we can, you know, touch a bed. And I'll probably, because there are lots of stacks of wood now, I'll probably be able to put a couple of chests in there. That way anything valuable that I have on me before we go into the mines and start exploring the crevice, we could put in there. But yeah, I'd say maybe a little bit more deforestation, and we'll be pretty good to go, I'd say. I'd say we'd be pretty good to go in terms of like what it is that we're, you know, like we're going to be pretty good in terms of what's the word I'm looking for? I'm having a small, like in terms of like clearance and building the house. It's going to be a big house. I also need to tidy up a little bit by the entrance to the bridge, because the bridge was built on what would be sand, but I want the beach bit and the land bit to be quite separate. Also, it's probably worth pointing out, like, although the whole island will eventually be clear, like, the whole island isn't going to be built on at once. But I do think as well, one thing that probably would help is if I built like a little farm bit, like a farming tower maybe. So I was thinking just like having a column of water in the center, and then like a 9, like if you do 4 diagonal, like so that it's 8, and then the 9th one is the water. You can put seeds and stuff, and we've already got like a bunch of pumpkins, so we can grow pumpkins. And we've got like a whole bunch of eggs from Tim and Clarence already. So like in theory, we can make we can get like a little chicken farm on the go. I'm trying to think. Oh, there's also we also have, whatchamacallit, sugarcane. I'm pretty sure I found some sugarcane. So we have all of the ingredients for pumpkin pie. So we could just make like metric fuck ton of pumpkin pie. And plus with all the sand from like, you know, landscaping the beach bit, we could probably just cover that in glass and make the farming area look really nice. We're gonna have to do something about the iron though. We're gonna have to. I didn't realize iron was such an important resource. I kind of just always took it for granted because I usually play in creative. Like, I'll have it so that it's a survival world, but if I'm really struggling, I'll just get iron, and I'm refusing to do that here. I have played survival a couple of times, but I enjoy like the designing aspect of things. So yeah, we're gonna have to do something about the lack of iron, guys. And I'm not just talking about my blood iron because I'm pale. I'm talking about the distinct lack of metal in my mining game. I don't know what this is. Don't stream when you're tired, folks. Okay. I think we're probably going to finish this can of energy juice. And then once I crack open this cold one... Oh god. I'm just cringing inside. Well, yeah. I would say crack open a cold one with the boys, but I'm sat here by myself. But yeah, I don't actually know how long this is going to take. I mean, there's 151. Spencer, Ratata, B-roll, Pidgey. No, don't do the poker rap. No one wants the poker rap. Oh dear. But yeah, in fact, you know what? We'll just bring it up now. We might as well, so I can show you the tiers that we're going to be sorting the Pokemon into. Let me just shrink down a little. Oh, the magic of cinema. Let's see. Okay. And here we go. If I bump this up, ta-da! It's the things. You should be able to see. Oh wait, no, I'm gonna have to transition. I'm gonna boom. Yo, it should be there now. So at the very top, we have S tier. We have A tier, B tier, C tier, D tier. Then we have F tier. And then below F tier, it's just get in the bin. Like F tier is like, I accept your existence. And then get in the bin is like, you need to be removed. I don't think we'll be putting a lot in get in the bin, to be honest. In fact, there is only one Pokemon, which if you've seen my Twitter, you'll know that I have a hate of. And that Pokemon is the heathenous little flying rat, Emolga. All Emolgas in the bin immediately. But yeah, that's the tiers that we're going to go with. I don't think I'm missing any. I might add in like an SSS if there's like, if I think it's something really good. But like, it's Gen 1. So although actually one of my favorite Pokemon does come from Gen 1. But we'll see. We'll see. But we just have the I think these are all the ones, the sprites from Pokemon Home down here. So there is all 151. But it doesn't include any of the megas. So yeah, no megas, just the original 151. But yeah, okay, I think we should just start. I'll crack open the beer in a minute once I finish the energy juice. The first one is Bulbasaur. Anytime I see and I do like Bulbasaur, but I'm just reminded of the screenshot from the I think it's Pokemon 2000, the movie, where all of Ash's Pokemon are out, and like it's just a still shot, and all of them are attacking, and then it just looks like Bulbasaur's doing nothing, and it's just, oh my god, Bulbasaur, what are you? Will you do something, you fucking cabbage? So like I'm gonna put so like I do like Bulbasaur, and interesting fact, the starters kind of have, it's like easy, hard, like easy, middle, and hard. Because you know, if you think of the gyms, especially Gen 1, the first one is Rock, which is Brock with Rock, Water with Misty, and then Lieutenant Surge. And you have quite a restricted pool of Pokemon at that point. So yeah, if you're looking at it like that, then kind of grass obviously is super effective against the water and the rock. And by the time that you get to everything else, like with Lieutenant Surge, you know, you're starting to open back up. So grass is like the easy mode. Squirtle being water type is still super effective against rock. It does neutral damage against Misty. But will unfortunately be weak against Lieutenant Surge with his electric type. And then if you look at Charmander is hard. Is hard mode. It's weak to the first two gyms, and then neutral damage for the last one. So yeah, it's kind of like really intelligent game design that way. And that's what I will say, like Gen 1 does do some good things like that. But coming back to Bulbasaur is cute. I think we're just going to do it based on the aesthetics. The aesthetics and what I think of them. So Bulbasaur is cute. I'd say it's probably a solid, it's definitely upper B, you know? I don't think it's quite A. I might come back to Bulbasaur because I'm trying to establish a baseline. It's definitely like the top of B, or it could be the bottom of A. Ivysaur. I mean, Ivysaur is I'd say is the least offensive of like the weird middle stage that 3 stages go through, especially like the starters, obviously. I'd say Ivysaur is one of the least offensive ones. It's just a slightly bigger Bulbasaur with some teeth. It got teeth, and it now has its bud is open. Although, you know, design-wise, is it inspired? No, but again, it's Gen 1. So I'd say it's a B tier. I'd say it's a B tier as well, but like, it's a strong B tier. It's a strong B, low A. Venusaur, I mean, I like Venusaur, but like, the one thing that really annoys me is the fact that his flower, which is quite clearly some sort of rose in Ivysaur, suddenly becomes like a weird tropical family thing. And also he loses, like, for the most part, he loses the cute little, like, Bulbasaur and Ivysaur have little marks all over them. Which I know it was probably like a design issue, but they could have added that in now. Like, you know, Venusaur really doesn't have like the cute little marks all over it to give something a bit more pizzazz. Instead, they've just changed his plant and made him bigger and not as cute. I'm gonna say C. Okay, the Charmander line. Charmander, super cute, really cute. I'd say B tier. B, definitely. Charmeleon. Right, okay, so here's my problem with the Charizard line. Could you please pick a consistent shade of orange, please? Like, we have this like quite strong orange here. Then with like Charmeleon, it's more of like a blood orange, and then it's like a really light yellowy orange with Charizard. Like, can we? So we're definitely putting Charmeleon in D tier. Charmeleon looks so awkward. It's the most awkward out of all of them. And Charizard is going in B, okay? Charizard's going in B. I said it, Charizard is kind of mid. You know? Plus, he looks like he should be a giant dragon looking thing. We know the whole meme of him not being a dragon. We know that, we get that. But, like, he looks like he should be huge. But he's fucking tiny. Like, I'm pretty sure my gran would give, like, Charizard a square go. He's that small. So, yeah. Squirtle, I think Squirtle, out of all of them, is probably the cutest starter. So, I am going to put Squirtle in A. Wartortle is super inconsistent. Like, it's not a bad design. It's really not a bad design. Like, the swirly tail comes across from Squirtle. It just, you know, I'd say Squirtle to Blastoise actually makes more sense than Squirtle Wartortle Blastoise. Like, Wartortle is the one that feels like the odd one out. Like, if they just gave, like, Blastoise maybe some, like, I don't know why they have, like, the wings on their head, but, like, something like that might have helped Blastoise here, or Wartortle fit in. And for that reason, I'm going to have to, like, it's not a bad design. It's not like Charmeleon, where, you know, it's really off, but he's going in C. Blastoise, Blastoise isn't bad. But they did do the thing where they were like, okay, we have this turtle, and I love turtles, so I'm trying my best not to be biased to the turtle. But what can we do? We're going to give it cannons. They tried to do that thing that Digimon does, where they're like, we don't know what to do, so give it a gun. In fact, give it two. But, like, you could have done so much more. And you can't even say it's like Gen 1. like it's Gen 1 problems. Because look at Charizard, look at Venusaur, right? They both have more design elements than like a shell with legs and a head and gun. Like Charizard has the wings, the belly patch, the fire, the tail, the spikes on the head. Venusaur has like little claws on the end of his toes. Blastoise is a shell with guns coming out of it. And for that reason, as much as it pains me to say it, I'm putting Blastoise in D tier. Like, as far as like I consider like the design of it. Caterpie. That's how it sounds in the anime. It's kind of cute. So like, Caterpie, it's based on an actual caterpillar, I believe. Let me just check what. I'm sure it is. I'm sure Caterpie is based on an actual caterpillar. Pie. Oh, okay. Cool. Whatever, Brave. Honestly, Brave sometimes is just such a dodgy browser. Like, yikes. Let me just there we go. Yeah. Like it is literally like it looks like that. The bog leaf. Is that what it is? Oh, it's yeah. So like it's not really changed a whole lot. So like I can't be mad at it, but also like, you know, is there anything to really like about it? I mean, the little antenna thing's cute. Its eyes are quite cute. I mean, it's garbage as a Pokemon, but it at least looks nice. So I'm gonna put it in B. But Metapod's so boring. Like, I get that there is the bit from the anime where it's like Metapod versus Metapod. But let's be honest. Like, there's just not enough to Metapod. I feel like they tried to do, like, counterparts. With, like, Metapod, Butterfree, Beedrill, Kakuna, like, you know, all of those. As far as like the little what do you call them, chrysalis pupae go, Metapod's like meh, and Kakuna looks far cooler. So for that reason, I do think Metapod is a bit of an F design. Like, they did try to do the structure thing, but in most times it doesn't show up all that well. It could have maybe done with something like contrasting eyes, kind of like Cascoon and Silcoon have. I get that like that's not really a thing that they could do for a lot of them, but like the Nidorans have like red eyes, and they can update them. They have updated the sprites and things since. So like, it's not a case of like, oh, it's Gen 1, they couldn't do it. Like, they have updated things, and they've chosen to keep Metapod like that. Butterfree I can get behind. Like, you know, it's cute. Its eyes are big. It has like that little like butterfly pincer mouth thing going on. It would have been nice for it to have like a proboscis, like Beautyfly does. Like the swirly nose mouth things that butterflies have. But like, it's recognizable as a butterfly, but it's had enough changed that like it doesn't feel like a rip-off of a butterfly. So I'd say it's quite a strong B tier in terms like design-wise. Weedle is the worst like caterpillar or worm one. Like, you know, even like putting it against the black, I'm just gonna put it in, get in the bin temporarily. The pink and the brown, really nice, but then like, you know, the pink balls on its body are its feet. So most of the time that's touching the ground and you're just seeing like the nose. And its face is really cute. But like the other design elements of it, like you can see Caterpie has like the circles coming down it. It has this little tail flick. Its body is really clearly segmented. Whereas like Weedle, it is really clearly segmented, but like it's just a lot plainer. And its eyes, although they are cute, don't stand out as much as Caterpies do. So for that reason, I'm gonna put it in D tier. Kakuna, definitely far better. It is still just a cocoon though. But I like the way, like when you see Kakuna up close, it looks like the arms of what would become like the stingers are like almost folded. Like the segments of Kakuna's body look really well put together. Like I wonder if I can find a picture of it. Like 1 second. Yeah. Give me a second. Yeah, see? Here he is. Oh. Yeah. So, like, if you see, like, the way that Kakuna is put together, like, it's like these parts here look almost like an arm, which is, what the fuck is this? Okay, back to the Kakuna. Like here it is in the anime. Like they look like arms. So that, and like the bottom part looks like, you know, the bottom part of a bee or a wasp. So although it is just a cocoon, Kakuna is a really well designed cocoon, in my opinion. So I'm actually going to put Kakuna as like a middle B tier. Better than actually that puts it at quite a high B tier. Beedrill. Beedrill, as far as like, or I have a love-hate relationship with Beedrill because like when you see Beedrill, you want it to be so good. You want it to be so good. And it's just not. It's not good at all, which is kind of a shame. But like, usage-wise aside, the design of Beedrill, I really like it. I think it's quite a dynamic design, especially for back then. You know, these were designed for screens that weren't all that great. Let's be honest. But like, you know, the face and the body, like the body is really clearly segmented like a wasp is. That's another thing that annoys me. It's called Beedrill, but much more of a wasp. But yeah, and the way that the spikes, so it's two spikes and the stinger form almost like a triangle, which when it flies or when you see it moving, especially in the game, I don't know, it almost forms like an invisible frame around it. It's a really well designed Pokemon as far as like the aesthetics go. Plus, yellow and black and like the pink/red of the eyes, like these are all really nice colors. Like maybe individually as well, like if you just took like pink and black or the yellow and black or the pink and yellow, I suppose the white as well. The white counts. But like they are all really good. Like the yellow and the black kind of go together much more, so it makes its eyes stand out. So I actually think Beedrill, now that I've spoken about it, I think Beedrill is a really well designed Pokemon. That's something I might have a newfound appreciation for Beedrill. I don't know about using it. Don't make me use it. But like, I can get behind its design. But do I think it's an A tier design? I don't want to be one of those people that puts everything in B tier. It is definitely like, it's up there with Kakuna though, I think. Pidgey is just a little bird. Like, I honestly have nothing else to say. Well, actually, no, I like the color scheme. I like its cream and like this light ochre brown. Is that the word I'm looking for? Ochre brown? Is it? Yeah, that's kind of like an ochre brown. Like, I'd say that or like the area of ochre brown is kind of Pidgey-esque. Like, if you see this here, like that, like, if you told me that this was the color, like these were the colors that Pidgey were, like I would believe that. I would say like, yeah, so we'll go with ochre brown. So that ochre brown and like the cream color, it is really nice. But at the end of the day, Pidgey is just a bird, guys. I'm putting Pidgey in the F tier. Now Pidgeotto, however, I do think is quite nice. Like the red, like, although Pidgeotto you do think is much bigger. You think from the way it looks, Pidgeotto is like Pidgeot's size. But yeah, I've always thought that anyway. I always thought that Pidgeotto looked like it was designed to be a lot bigger than it actually is. Like, I wonder, can we find versus like, we have any like height comparison? Well, actually, let me just check. How big is Pidgeotto, actually? I'll just check on Bulbapedia. Pidgeotto is... well, actually, that is quite big. Pidgeotto is 1 meter and 10 centimeters, so 1.1 meters. That's quite big for a bird. But then, how is Pidgeotto actually smaller then? Oh, Pidgeotto. Oh, okay. So Pidgeot is like 1.5 meters. Pidgeot's like my height. Like, I, Quinn, Paton, Kelpie, Crown Prince of the Kelpies, Prince blessed by nature, I am a whole like 155 centimeters. So like, I am 5 centimeters taller than a Pidgeot. But then, I suppose 40 centimeters. That's... I am somewhat disturbed by this. Like, I thought Pidgeot was huge. And then Mega Pidgeot is like... Mega Pidgeot's 2 meters and 20 centimeters. That's like the height... that's like maybe not that big. I thought like maybe like 180 centimeters for Pidgeot, and maybe like 130. Well, actually no, because I thought Pidgeotto was smaller. So, you know, hang on, I'm pretty sure then again, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure in the anime, we see people with like Pidgeottos on their arms. I'm pretty sure Ash does that. Like, basically, I thought Pidgeotto was like the size of a big chicken. Well, you learn something new every day. But yeah, in terms of like the colors of it and the design, I do think like Pidgeotto is a nice design. Like when you see it, it's nice. Like the little, like the way that the feathers come out and like sort of frame the face, and like the red and yellow work really well with that existing like color combo of the brown and the cream. Like they're all quite particular colors. Like it's a very particular shade of red. It's not like it's super saturated. It's kind of washed out. It's actually verging closer to like a coral pink. But yeah, I do think that Pidgeotto is a really well designed Pokemon, and for that reason, I'm gonna put Pidgeotto in A tier. Now, Pidgeot. I actually feel like Pidgeot gains and loses elements. You know? Like, from the tail, it loses that nice splash of yellow that Pidgeotto had. That splash of yellow made Pidgeotto look a lot more vibrant. But then it is trying to draw attention to the fact that the feathers have gotten bigger. So, like, basically, the whole shtick here is that it's chest feathers, and it's like in Pidgeotto, this band here, this little brown bit extends round into a band, and cuts off the face, so it's like a little wing shawl almost. So its whole shtick to make it look bigger is that this whole area is now cream. So there's no like visual break between the body and the head. And then it gets these. I would have been honestly happier if they had done something to like maybe the black mask, like the little cowl that it has, like, yeah, still make it get bigger, but maybe like have it like creep across into here instead, and have kept that black band just so there was an area of separation, and kept the yellow in the tail. Like, I don't understand why Pidgeotto has 5 tail feathers and Pidgeot in its art has 4. That doesn't feel fair, you know? And I know we're not ranking megas, but like, I do think just so that we can look at it just now, I'm sorry, but like Mega Pidgeot looks so fucking, like, Mega Pidgeot looks like a Chad. Like, that is a Chad Pokemon right there. I don't care what anyone else says. I am calling it. That is a Chad Pokemon. Like, oh, like the eyes, like, see how they extended the cowl like out and round? Like, that looks so good. And then like here, like, that's one thing that I will say actually is Pidgeot, when you see them here, right? Pidgeot looks so like, not bland, but like, these are feathers, right? These were like stream in the wind and help make it more aerodynamic. It doesn't look aerodynamic. It looks very, I'm looking for, it looks very... It doesn't look flat. It looks very aesthetic. But, like, I feel like it looks lacking. That's what I'm trying to say. It looks lacking. So, for Pidgeot, it's not bad, but I do think Pidgeot is C tier. Because it effectively just gets bigger and loses elements. Raticate is literally just a purple rat, guys. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, Rattata is just a purple rat. Raticate, you know what? Raticate does have some design elements. Is there anything that I can talk about with Rattata? I mean, oh my god, there was an Emolga on the screen in the bin. I mean, it's a nice shade of purple, but like, I feel like that's very much Gen 1 Pokemon purple. Like, they're all that, like, that type of purple. You know, it's not like there's some that is like a really deep, dark blue indigo purple. They're all like that really like mid-tone kinda. Like, I feel like this is a fairly, like, it's probably equal parts red and blue, but maybe then like slightly more red added in, because that's how I'm seeing it. Like, in fact, I want to test that. Copy. And then if I open up. Flop Studio. But yeah, whatever. I literally just want this here for sticking a picture into, so I can check and see what color it is, because nothing if not pedantic. Okay. Oh good, I just copied the layer because I fucked up copying it. Here we go. A little bit bigger. Little bit bigger. Right. Like, I feel like this is a super, like... Yeah, apply transfer. Go. Right. Version color real. Yeah, so it's... Oh, actually, no, it's leaning more blue. It's actually leaning more blue. Maybe it's just because the red is there. But according to this, there's more... Like, it's more blue, just because the green is quite equal, actually. But, like, you know, it's fairly consistent. There's not a lot of variation between those numbers, really. So, like, it's a very middle purple. It's not super heavily saturated, which I do appreciate. Like, sometimes purple can be quite in your face. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's a purple and white rat. Like, it's D tier. Raticate, however, I think Raticate got done dirty, you know? Like, look. This is arguably a good design for a rat. Like, it's quite big. The teeth, like, it has a clear focal point. Like, the teeth are its thing, you know? Like, now here's again the thing. Purple to brown. Hello? Do we have like a family of colors that we want to stick to? And that, I could just be saying that because like in later generations they do tend to stick to like certain colors. But like even in this generation they do it. For example, like, you know, even although I said it, like the Charmander line may be all different kinds of orange, but they're all still orange. Brown and purple are distinctly different colors. I'm sorry. Like, no one is going to tell me that they're close. But what I will say is, like, I do like that this isn't just like straight up white, like in the same way that Rattata, sorry, has like white on its belly. It's an ever so slight of cream touch to it. I'm unsure if the tail needed to be that long. They probably could have done something else with the tail. But like, even taking the tail away, actually, without the tail, it does look kind of lacking. Like I'm currently sat there, like, close one eye, cover up the tail, like, it looks kind of lacking. But like, I suppose it is a rat, and rats do have big tails, so yeah. Like, I don't think it's a bad design. I actually think it's quite a good one. It is a bit more hamster though. Like, it's like someone took a hamster and put... Yeah, it's like a hamster or a gerbil. Someone took a hamster or a gerbil. Gerbil? Oh no, I'm having that thing where you say a word and it doesn't feel like you're saying the word right. Gerbil. Gerbil or gerbil? Am I saying the same thing over and over again? I don't know, man. I don't know. Oof. Yeah. Like, I'd say it's like someone took a hamster, made it big, or like a gerbil, and put a rat tail. But like, because of the teeth and the tail, it's still clearly some form of, like, you know, it's ambiguous rodent leaning towards rat. The design, it has a nose. I say that because, like, some Pokemon just don't have like properly identifiable noses sometimes. Like, this is quite clearly mammalian. Like, it is a mammal. So yeah, but it's, part of me thinks it's really good. The other part of me thinks it is just generic rodent. So I'm going to put it in C tier. Spearow. Right, okay. Spearow, I think... Cool. I think Spearow is, in terms of design and how it looks, great. It looks great. Like, look at the body. Right? Unlike Pidgey, who is literally just a bird, like, it is just a bird that has been copied. Spearow, on the other hand, Spearow has like design elements on the body. Also, it has red wings. It's got like a spiky head, so like it demonstrates this is a feisty little. She feisty. Not even had alcohol yet. I'm still slowly. I don't know why I'm nursing this kind of energy juice. I have more through the palace. I'm sure the butler would teleport me some if I asked him to. But I'm sitting nursing this like the last one in the bloody place. I think the way, like, the Spearow's whole shtick is it's the mean bird. And like the harsh angled edges of its face, and like even its beak, like if you look at its beak closely, its beak does like a little jut out, jut down, jut in. Like, it looks really sharp. The spikes make it seem like angry. Like, it's almost like those scenes in, like, I want to say like JoJo, where like it closes in on their face and there's like lines going into their eyes and they're like, "Wah!" Like, it gives that because it's like drawing the eye into this face where the bird's like, yeah. Like, you know? And the colors, again, it's very like desaturated colors, but like this almost coral, this like ochre kind of brown color, an off-white, and then like there's like a flesh tone almost for like the feet, and the black. It's essentially the same colors as Pidgeotto. In fact, I think it's like one less than Pidgeotto. But they're just used in a better way. I also really like how the wings kind of fade, you know? Although if I remember right, Spearow looked a bit janky in some of its sprites. Like, yeah, look. Like, Spearow really came into its own in Gen 2, I would have said. Although, what was going on in its silver sprite? Why did it get worse? Why did it get worse? That's what I want to know. Like, but here, like, it struggled. You know, the sprite side of things struggled, but at least the art was there, you know? Like, they knew what they wanted, the sprite just couldn't handle it. So, I kind of almost didn't like Spearow because the sprites were so yuck until, like, I don't remember the silver sprite. I do not remember. I remember this one, but I think that's probably because I played Crystal to start with out of Gen 2 games. But yeah, like, I just think it's such a well-designed bird. Like, it takes such simple elements like the spikes of the feathers, like makes them spike. Get out. Like, it's amazing how quickly just seeing that Pokemon puts me in a bad mood. But yeah, I do think it's a really well-designed Pokemon. Like I say, using the same colors essentially as Pidgeotto here. That's Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto here, but just doing them better. So I'm going to put it in A. I don't think it's quite an S in terms of design, but it's definitely a high A. Like, you can come down. There you go. It's definitely a high A. Hero. I mean, it definitely looks intimidating. Like, it takes that, like, I'm an angry little shit aspect that Spearow has, and, like, it magnifies that. Like, now, like, I've been stuck in a traffic jam for, like, 2 hours. I've needed to pee, and now I've gotten to, like, a rest stop, and there's now a queue for the toilet. So, yeah. Like, that's the level of anger I'm getting. Like, I am internally seething. So that aspect of it, really well captured with Fearow. I don't know, though. Did we need to make it, like, long necky? Like, I am not sure that the long-necked route was the way to go for Spearow evolution. Like, is there some alternates out there? Because I would have really liked to see more of the red, because that red coral color is, one, quite nice, and two, like, you know, it could have shown, like, I'm really ragey. Like, that could have captured it much more. I mean, the design elements, again, the spikes, the spiky, although because it's so much bigger, that spiky frame sort of thing that Spearow had, it does lose that good bit, and here it almost looks a bit like fur rather than feathers. But it does have this, like, spiky little crest which cuts the eye off really nice, so it permanently looks pissed off. And the beak, like, it draws you, like, the whole shape of the head draws you down, like, so you could imagine this thing looking down at. which I do think is quite good. But like, I want to see, is there alternate? Here we go. Fan-made Spearow evolution. Like, I don't know. Part of me I think Spearow would have been better as its own Pokemon. Like, oh, someone's pointed out here that Spearow almost looks a bit like a Ho-Oh pre-evolution, which I do agree with. You know, if you see that, like the shape of the beak, the way that it's like the long-necked birds aren't common in Pokemon, or they weren't around this time. Like, the only ones I'm thinking of off the top of my head are Swanna, Ho-Oh. Like, you know, thinking of like regional birds, none of them really. Skarmory has a bit of a neck. But yet, like, long-necked birds, like, they tend to go for more, like, body birds. Like, birds that are just body. Let's see. I'm not really finding anything here. Alternate Spearow. No, maybe other people, maybe this is just me. Maybe it is literally just me. Like, I can tell that they're clearly related. They have the same elements to them. I don't know. I just feel like, you know, Spearow with a couple of tweaks, obviously, would be better as its own Pokemon. And Spearow could have gotten another, like, evolution. But I'm not mad at Spearow. Like, I'm not mad at it. Like, I do really, like, it is imposing. It is angry and scary in all the right ways. That I completely agree with. But yeah. So, I'm trying to think about this. I think it's probably a C tier. Is it B? It's a low B. It's a low B. Right. Okay. Ekans. I mean, it. There we go. I mean, what do you want me to say, Bulbapedia? Ekans is. I just realized that you guys are probably even getting like this cut off a little bit. That's probably maybe a bit easier to see Ekans here. But like, Ekans is just a purple snake. Like, it is a purple rattlesnake. So it's not particularly inspired. What I will give credit for here, though, is like the way that it's drawn. I think in a lot of its art, at least, you know, if it has this coiled body, because it has these segments, these lines here, and like this yellow band, it avoids looking like a turd. Like, it doesn't look like a little like cartoon poop. So it avoids that, which is really quite clever. And I will say, again, it's that you know, Pokemon purple. It's, in fact, I bet you if I copy this, here we go. And if I pop this in the clip, I bet you, like, the colors will hardly change. It's just slightly, like, Ekans is like ever so slightly different. So I'll take it from like a highlight point here. So yeah, barely different. Barely different. The green value goes up a whole like three points. It goes from 136 to like, you know, it apparently it wants to go, yeah, so it barely goes up there. And then the red value like is also barely changing. Yeah, so like here the green value on the Ekans is 136 or around 140-ish, and then it's 190 for the red value. And then on Ratata, like, so Ekans is more red really, but the green does not change, and neither does the blue really. The blue stays at like 188. So again, it's that Pokemon purple, just slightly different. Now the yellow and the purple, I do really like that yellow and purple together. It stands out in contrast a good bit. So I wish that its eyes, like, look at his eyes though. Like, I get it that it's snake eyes, but like, sorry, the butler is asking if I want food, and I'm like, you've known me for 403 years. Of course I want food. I always want food. Let me see. But yeah, the eye. I feel like maybe the eye, like the slit in the eye, could have been more pronounced. But like, because if you look at it from far, not far away, but like especially in the games, like it can look a little bit derpy. Like look at that here. All I'm imagining is like that Snake Me Up Pokemon Go video that was like the Snake Me Up. Like, so I'd say Ekans is probably, it's a good color combo. I'd say Ekans is probably C or D tier. I'd say it's probably C tier. Arbok, on the other hand, oh, Arbok is done well in my opinion, like really well. We're gonna look at this one, the one that's here on Bulbapedia for the main like doohickey like picture of it. Oh, what? Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, what the fuck's going on here? Arbok is like genius. Like, because think about like back then, they didn't have like a lot of details, so they're like, okay, we want like Cobra. Plus, if you think, okay, fair enough, it goes from being a rattlesnake to a Cobra. They're different kinds of snakes, but they're still snakes. The purple, it gets darker. It's still within the same family. It's still that Pokemon purple, as I've been calling it. But like, it gets bigger, and the darker, the slight darkening of that purple, they do, in my opinion, make it a little less saturated. Just makes it more intimidating. And then to top that off, you know, it gets this hood, which is there permanently. Like, Cobra hoods are, because of Arbok, right? I thought that all Cobras had like their hoods like permanently out because of Arbok, which isn't true. But like the way that the markings are put together and the colors of the markings are just genius. Like this here is like so close to paisley print that I'm pretty sure the Arbok shirt that you can get it looks like paisley print. I'm sure of it. Let me see here. I'm super sure that the Arbok shirt that you can buy from Pokemon actually is Paisley. Arbok shirt. Not like that. No, not like that. Not like Etsy ones or that. Like the official ones from, what's the company called again? Yeah, like I'm drawing a blank. I can't remember. I know that Noggin was like reviewing them. Like Loxton and Noggin was reviewing them. I really like those videos. What was it? I'm just gonna have to look up the video. 1 second, guys. No, there we go. No, blah, 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 blah. I need to find it. Oh, he's got a new one out about the Diamond and Pearl plushies. Also those plushies. If I could justify buying all the plushies to do a plushie review like he does, oh my god, I would love that. Like, wait a minute, that means that they'll have a Togekiss plush that tries to... I do quite like the Togepi line. What is that line called? I'm looking for it. I realize I'm completely sidetracked right now. Going on a complete tangent. But like, I need to know. I need to know what it is. It's going to annoy me if I don't know. Here we go. Original Stitch. That's it. There we go. I see. Right, it's called Original Stitch. Let me just bring that up, because I am super sure it's a Paisley print because the teeth there from Arbok. But in terms of a design, and plus I believe the Arbok designs actually also change based on the region. It looks like a face, so it's extra intimidating. I know that's the point, but putting an element in there like that face, which then changes ever so slightly from region to region, or it did, I think that's brilliant. That's a way, like, you know, it's a small thing, but Arbok looks fresh because of it. Plus, you know, Arbok's face, I want to say it's not all that interesting, but like, it kind of is. You know, it's got the angry eyes. It's got a forked tongue, which, you know, it's quite big. I realize how this sounds. You've got a forked tongue. It's quite big. No. But like, Arbok's face is simple. Its body's simple. It just has these ring segments here coming down its body, you know, to stop it from having that poop effect. But adding in this face as a design, like, imagine Arbok without that. Like, Arbok just becomes like kind of like Ekans in the sense that it is just a purple snake. Nice touch with the yellow. In fact, Arbok would actually be less than, because it doesn't have any yellow. But now it has this whole face gimmick going on, and it's such a simple detail, but it adds so much. Like, a design doesn't have to be complex. And I think when people talk about, like, you know, oh, new Pokemon are completely over designed or anything like that, like, they always bring up things like Charizard, but like, I don't think people look to things like Arbok enough, where like, you could argue that this is over designed to a point with like the face and, you know, how it it lore-wise, it changes from region to region and stuff. But like, I think it's really clever, and I think it's just the right amount. So I actually think Arbok, in terms of like design, am I going to put it? Am I going to put it in S tier? Let me just confirm that the face on it does change and that I haven't just hallucinated that. Hello? Wikipedia? Hello? Let me just... If I could spell, that would be great. Not Arbok shirt. Just Arbok, thanks. Here we go. I swear if the Moga pops up, I'm not going to be happy. Also, it's shiny as yellow. That's pretty dope. I like that. But yeah, like the design like changes ever so slightly. So if you see here, Kanto also had these random little like things here, but like in Kanto, it had like a closed mouth. In Johto, it had the red here is open, but I don't think it is on its official art. Yeah, it's got the closed mouth in its official one, but in its sprite for Johto, it has like an open mouth, and then it's closed in fire red because obviously it's pulled from Kanto, but here the eyes are much rounder and it has little fangs, and then it goes to being closed, more akin to its art. But that was a thing that happened. I didn't imagine that. The design did change deliberately. So yeah, I'm gonna do it. I might change my mind, but I'm putting Arbok in S tier. Okay, give me a second. Let me see. Okay, give me one hot second, guys. I am going to be right back. I just need to go and help. The butler is trying to get food. So yeah, like I'm gonna have to help because I'm picky. Also, I think it might be Chinese, which I'm super hyped for. I love Chinese food. Yeah. Let's say that has a lot of seafood in it. So it's like, hey, yo, do you want to come and have a little look? Because I don't want to have anything that might accidentally kill you, and then I'm accused of killing the Crown Prince. So I will be right back. I will not be all that long. So I will pop this up just now. Bye. I'm having Chinese. I'm gonna bring you all back again. If you have just joined us, we are ranking some Pokemon mostly by their design elements, not really by gameplay, if I'm being totally honest. So feel free to judge to judge me. Our box so far is only S tier as far as design elements go. But yeah, Pidgey is just a bird and Metapod is just a little green thing, you know? But yeah, so I have some food arriving on the way, so I guess this is going to turn into an ASMR mukbang stream at some point. But yeah, anyway, the next Pokemon is Pikachu. Pikachu in terms of design. We're going to go with normal Pikachu. We're not going to go with any of the various Pikachu that keep appearing. It's yellow. Yellow is like my favorite color. And I don't know, maybe I'm just sick of seeing Pikachu everywhere when it comes to Pokemon things. Is Pikachu well designed? I want to say yes. Like, if we think about something that's designed to be cute and that is mascotable, because like it was going to be Clefairy until Pikachu came along. I do think that Pikachu hits all those elements, although Pikachu has gone through like a wide transformation. Pikachu is now like little dumpy, but he was chunky before. But yeah, the yellow is really eye-catching, especially because like when it ties in with the Pokemon logo, because that's yellow. But also like if you put it against a Pokeball, it stands out. So like the yellow does work quite well. I don't know though. Part of me feels like it is somewhat lacking. A little bit. But you can't be mad at Pikachu for what it is. It's meant to be something cute. So it is cute. Okay, I think I've decided I'm gonna put Pikachu in B tier. For the reason being that like it's not offensive, not in any way, shape or form offensive to look at, but it is like, you know, it's nothing spectacular. It's yellow and red, so it's yellow with a hint of red on it, so that's quite eye-catching. With like little brown and black elements, but mainly it's a yellow thing. So it tells you right from the get-go, yo, I'm electric, I'm cute, like, let's fucking go. I don't think Pikachu says that. Next up though, Raichu is, I think, far better, in my opinion. You know? I'm getting freaking pop-ups and I don't like the pop-ups. Raichu, I think, is really well designed. Like, as far as like an evolution to Pikachu goes, that's really good. Like, the yellow to orange change is a big change. You know what? This beer has now gotten warm. I can't accept that. But I do need a new beer. So I'm going to put this one back in the fridge and grab another one. It's not open, don't worry. I'm not a heathen like that. But like the orange, eye-catching, but it breaks it up with that white in the belly, you know? it breaks that up. So it's not like Pikachu is very samey. It's a lot to look at that is the same. Raichu is broken up, so it feels different enough. And then the brown at the tips and at on the ears helps sort of break that up and differentiate it as well. And I think its tail, like, it's enough with the elements from Pikachu that, you know, you can tell it's come from Pikachu, but it's further along and more developed. Like, its tail is longer, which is more like a mouse or a rat. Although I believe Raichu was meant to be in like a middle evolution, and it does kind of show, like, it does have an awkwardness to it. Like, I don't know. Like, it has the same kind of look and feel that Wartortle and Charmeleon have. Where it's like, I'm stronger, but I'm still trying to be somewhat cute, but also show that I'm powerful. So it's stuck in that awkward stage. So yeah, I do think it's stuck there. So while it is better, I think it's probably also a B tier. Like, you know? Right, I will just be a quick second while I go and grab some more beer. I will be right back. Hey yo, I'm back. Yeah, okay. Let me just try and get comfortable again. Which is difficult. Cold beer. I was not drinking a warm beer. No thank you. I absolutely do not have a little collection of energy juice cans sat on the desk next to me. Nope, that is not a thing that I have here. Wait. Oh yeah. Hope you all heard that. The beer is open. Peroni is such an easy beer to drink. But yeah, I'm gonna have to put myself in a little bit further to the desk. But yeah. Okay, so Sandshrew. Sandshrew suffers a lot, and I don't know why they wanted Sandshrew to suffer. Like, it could be good. It really could. You know? Like, let's take a little look at Sandshrew. They really tried. So it's a ground type, you know? So they were obviously going for like the brick kind of look with it, which I totally get, you know? It has these little segments, and plus it's like a shrew or a pangolin kind of thing. and they have like a protective shell, so it fits. Thematically, the design fits. The problem we have is there's not enough of a differentiation between this segment and like this segment. Like, unless you are paying attention, like if you see that, you just see yellow, and the lines are secondary. You can't see this because of the way that I've zoomed out. But like, the lines on it are like a secondary detail. They are a part of its design aspect, but like, I don't know. I feel like it may be adding, like, making the lines color to complement it rather than black. Because black really, I know it's meant to be like line work, but they could have added maybe like a dark orange or something to try and break it up just a little bit more. But it struggles from looking too samey. So Sandshrew, really easy, is D tier. Like, it's part of me wants to put it in F because it really struggles. It really struggles in terms of like design. But like, it's not uninspired like these two. It just struggles. So, you know. Yeah, it belongs in D. Sand Slash, on the other hand. Sand Slash is like a good couple of steps up from Sandshrew. You've got like the spikes, like, because these spikes are thicker, and they're like a separate part, it still looks relatively intimidating, but like not to the same level as like Spearow or Fearow. You know, it still has like enough to make it like endearing, so that when you catch your cute little Sandshrew and it evolves, you're not like, oh wow, that looks angry. You're like, oh whoa, cool. It's got like the right blend of like cool and cute. Like, its claws become really big, so you see where the slash in its name comes from. Overall, like, the color's still the same. Its body type, it has the same type of body. I do think they did the right thing in removing the brick-like design. I think it would have been overkill had it had the brick-type design with the spines and with the giant claws and with the little horn here on its face. It would have been overkill to have that with like the brick design as well. So they absolutely made the right choice to edit that down. I'm gonna put Sandshrew, or Sandslash rather, in A tier. It's brilliant. It's the right mix. The right mix. Next up we have the Needles. So I think we're gonna need to do them together. Just because of how Bulbapedia probably has them. Or no, it's got them as female and male. Right, okay. Nidoran female. Like, I do and don't like this design. There are elements of it I do really like. So the little guinea pig, rabbit, rodent thing that they've got going on, that suddenly, like, its design concept as a whole, I think is really good. From, like, you know, Nidoran up to Nidoqueen and Nidoran up to Nidoking. I'm not sure this was possibly the right way to go about it with the female one. And I get that, obviously, the way that Nidoran female and Nidoran male are sort of done. You you know, it was due to the times, the way that it went through on the game at the time. So I kind of feel like I've got to keep that in mind more now for this one than any other Pokemon with specific gender differences, because they are kind of two different Pokemon, but they're not. So for the female one, I really like the color. It is a nice color, this like light cornflower blue. Really nice color. I feel like because it does obviously have the spikes and things there, I feel like they've edited the spikes down on the female one too much. You know, like, they're supposed to be like territorial and looking after like their young, defensive. So like, I would have really liked to see a little bit more. Like, you know, just because it's a female Pokemon doesn't mean to say that it will not kick the shit out of you. Have any of you been in a field with like a sheep, like a ewe, when she has a lamb? Like, she will fight you. Like, the sheep will fight. And that's got nothing to do with whether it's like, in fact, like a female one's probably more likely to fight you at that stage. And they have, and will have at points, big ass horns. I get that this one's small, but they could have done more with the spikes, because Nidoran male has like a lot more spikes. So I feel like they kind of did Nidoran female dirty a bit. But we'll put it in C tier. It's not... No, it'll belong in B. It'll belong in B. So it's going in B tier. Nidorina. I don't know how I feel about Nidorina, actually. I think about it. Again, I do really like the color. I appreciate it looking a bit stronger than Nidoran female. This thing looks like it'd be a good scrap. You know? Like, it would... This thing looks like it would fight. So I'm here for that. But again, I kind of have to compare it to its male counterpart. They've softened it too much still. So that being said, like, it belongs in B. Belongs in B. Nidoqueen, however, I think is actually quite a good design. I don't know if it necessarily needed the shell titties. I don't know if shell titties were a thing that it needed. But the blue does work really well, and I also like that, you know, blue, you know, if you're going by clothes. Blue, more often than not, people are like, oh, blue's a boy's color. I like that Nidoqueen is blue. I like that. It is a really good design. Shell titties aside. You know, being based on like the rhino, in like rabbit to rhino almost. It is a really good design. I kind of wish though that it had more. Again, like they basically went, okay, this is the women one. We're gonna give it something so it looks like it has some boobs. And we're going to try and make it look really maternal. But I feel like they probably also had that with Kangaskhan. And Kangaskhan, I think, is... Here, though, they were like, we need to try and differentiate it from that. So instead, they just kind of like... I don't know, like... It's like a pared down version of Nidoking. I do feel like they got done dirty. So yeah, I'd say it's definitely still a B tier design. Now we're going to look at the male one, and I think the male one is really good. Like, look at that, and I know it's the Pokemon Purple's back, guys. But like, look at that design. Like, it's spiky. It's got like a little bit of anger. The teal of the ears and the contrast. Like, Nidoran female didn't have any contrast in it. It was all shades of blue, pretty much. Whereas like here, we've got that teal color contrasting with the purple, which makes the ears stand out, and the ears are really nice actually on this thing. I'd also say it's the right amount of spikes. Also, I would have liked Nidoran female to also have a horn. I'm pretty sure, or like it does have a horn, but it's like a tiny horn. But I would have liked it to have a horn like this too. You know? So to me, this is an A tier design. I like the purple because I was like, it's a poison type, so it's gotta be purple. And then the ears contrast with it, and the ears are a big focal point for it. I'm pretty sure its Pokedex entries talk about its ears and its poisonous spikes. You can clearly see the spikes on it that it's talking about. And, you know, you just can't really flaw it. I mean, it would have been nice to have maybe more expression in the face. It also has a little tooth. So I like that. I'm just gonna so I'm gonna put this in A tier. Nidorino. Okay, Nidorino. I don't know why, but this, like, I always picture Nidorino like spicy, but this art makes it look really old for some reason. Oh, like, let me find the sprites. Like, its sprite art does look, oh my god, the ads, yikes, Jesus. Stop. The sprite, I always think of its sprite art. There's one, I think it's in Fire Red maybe, where it's like jumping. Yeah, this, it's like Emerald and Fire Red and Leaf Green. Like, I always think of that one when I think of you know, Nidorino. But oh, then it got like really sad and tired and all. It did not adjust well to 3D. Oh no, its Let's Go's fairly decent. Yeah, and its Let's Home is also, its home one's also pretty good. But I don't understand why it looks so sad and old and tired in its artwork here. This artwork aside, I do, again, honestly, I would have liked more spikes, but I do like the spikes on the ears got way more prominent. Kind of sad that the teal got sort of toned down. It's almost a grey now, at least in this one here. But you know, but I'd say it's a B. It's a B, at least going by this artwork. It's a high B though. You know, it doesn't. Although in this, I'm feeling like it's this artwork because it also looks overly chunky. Like, I think for some reason when I think of Nidorino, I'm thinking of like the proper teenager Pokemon. You know, like Nidorino to me is what a middle evolution. All middle evolutions to me should be like that Nidorino sprite. You know, where they're like, you know, we're no longer young little cute things, we're feisty and we're ready to go, and you know, like, we'll give you like a headbutt if we need to. Unfortunately, this art does scream I'm sad and tired, which, let's be honest, we can relate to sad and tired. At least I can. But it doesn't lose anything. But I do think the contrast, the change from brown, or from red to brown for the eyes, also, they could have made the eyes red, but just not had it as saturated. I think that also kind of takes away from it as well. So it's a B tier, but it's a good B tier. So probably here, I'd say. Yeah, I'd say here. Nidoking. Now, I quite like Nidoking. You know, looking at the teal's back. The teal is back. It's spiky. It's got, like, you know, the plates, the way that it's put together. You know, fair enough, they did also kind of give it, like, they gave it pecs. But if they'd just done this for Nidoqueen, you know, like this, like, chest plate sort of thing that they've got going on here, that would have been totally cool as well. The little, like, spikes or, like, things coming out the hands. They kept the ear spikes. The teal is back. Let's be honest. It kept all of its spikes. In fact, its spikes got even better. This thing looks ferocious. This thing looks like it should be huge, and it is worthy of the name Nidoking. Like, also the contrast, like, say for example that purple was all over, it would be too much, even with the teal on the ears. But, like, I think just breaking it up with this bit in the middle, and they've done the right thing, because, like, a lot of times you would see, like, maybe this bit here and this bit here would be the white, and then the purple would wrap round. They've done it right by having it as a solid part here, and then, you know, splitting that part up. That's the right way to do it, because if you're looking at it, your brain kind of, like, looks at it and sees the colours and splits it up by colour and then by lines. And I'm waving my hand, thinking that you guys can see my hand moving. But yeah, I really do think that Nidoking also is that Pokemon Purple again. Again, with that little teal complement is this is an A, if not S tier design for me, to be honest. I do like that they brought back the purple for the ears. I do like that. I'm looking at high A, I would say. I don't think it's at the same level with Arbok, where, like, you know, it had really inspired design elements. But yeah, okay, Clefairy and Clefable, I can do this easy. Easy. They are fucking adorable, and I will fight anyone who says otherwise. Look at that face. Look at that face. I fucking love it. I love it. Yeah. Clefairy, also the fact that, like, it is a star, because when, you know, its legs come together, it's a little star, same as, like, Cleffa. Obviously, I know a lot of people have the headcanon that Clefable and Gengar are, like, related. Kind of, I guess. I mean, they do look roughly similar, but not similar enough for me, at least. But I do also think that Clefairy, you know, they've done the right thing by splitting a little tip of the ear, just a little one. Because if it was all pink, it would be doing that samey thing that Pikachu has. But it has the advantage that its face is in the middle of its body. So where Pikachu was more like a little yellow sausage of same, Clefairy has... It's like a ball shape, almost. Clefairy's like a ball with, like, its appendages coming off it. So, Clefairy, although it is mostly pink, doesn't suffer from the same problems because its proportions are different. So, for me, Clefairy, A-tier design. Clefairy is really well thought out, and I tend to think that Clefable is the same, to be honest. Like, I do think that Clefable is Clefable better. Suddenly turning into a Minecraft villager. Huh. Possibly the eyes are maybe a little bit small. Maybe. But, like, if we think of its silhouette, you know, like, who's that Pokemon? It's quite distinct. It doesn't really have the same silhouette as any other Pokemon. Even from its pre-evolution. It keeps the swirl design element, it keeps the star shape, the ball body, it's just got a bit longer. The tail gets bigger, its wings get bigger. It keeps all of the good elements and makes them better. The tips of the ears, again, just give that little splash of different colour. Because it's bigger, the wings being a little bit of a different colour also help it there. So again, in fact, is it S tier? I don't know. Okay, we'll put it in A tier for now. Put it in A tier. Okay, next up is Vulpix and Ninetales. So Vulpix, little box. I do think Vulpix is really cute. It's got a difference in the shades of like red that they've used for it, which is really good. A bit of variation. It helps, you know. It's not like Clefairy or Clefable where this would be more like Pikachu, where its head is at the top of its body, or its face is at the top of its body, really. And then it has nothing else sort of around it to counterbalance that. So having the wafts and its tail be different shades of red help, and then the Vulpix would be really lacking if it didn't have this little cream patch across its body as well. So, and the darker like little booties that it has, admittedly, in its Alolan form, much more noticeable. But like, it still helps distinguish and break apart the design so that it's easier on the eye, basically. So I'd definitely say that it's is it worthy of an A? See, I am not sure if it's worthy of an A or not. I'm really struggling with Vulpix, actually. Okay, Vulpix is B tier. Vulpix is B tier. I believe that is the food. I will be right back, guys. I'm back. I got the food. It's really hot. Let me just bring you, but I don't want this person here. Oh, watch Mojo, really? Go away. Watch Mojo, top 10 fights from Pokemon. So yeah, Ninetales is the next Pokemon. I will be eating this, by the way. So if you feel that, you know, oh, maybe my mouth feels rude. Pause. But like, fucking starving, man. So yeah, I got some vegetable spring rolls, and some salt and pepper chips, satay vegetables, and a vegetable omelette. All in the one bit. Plate hot. Yeah. I agree with that. Gen 5 is the worst one because it has a Molga. Needs to be gone. Ninetales. Part of me really wants to like this Pokemon, but I feel it. You know, like they have the shading on the tips, right? Here, I feel like some of that could have been used maybe around here and in here, because it just looks so samey, you know, like it's too much of the same thing. And I get that a lot of people really like Ninetales. Those people possibly also ended up being furries before Lucario. I'm so sorry if you're a furry. I have nothing against furries, but this just seems like the sort of Pokemon that would be like a gateway to being a furry. Pre-Lucario, you know? So there's that. Yeah, I think Ninetales, a bit lacking. E tier. It's basically, yes, its tails are nice and fluffy. Like, if you look at the difference that, like, Alolan Ninetales has, what a difference in design. You know, I know we're not looking at the Alolan Pokemon today, but it has shading. It has, like, differentiation between all the floofs. That's really good, you know? So, yeah, Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff. How mean do I be? I mean, Jigglypuff is just a worse, it's just a worse fairy. I get it that it has like a funny thing in the anime. Like, I totally get that. And that a lot of people have like nostalgic feelings for it. But like, it's cute. And I feel like that's its only purpose. You know? It's... I feel like it gets to be B tier because it is cute. And then Wigglytuff is C tier because they tried to do what they did with Fable with that, but it just... I don't know, it doesn't have the same impact, you know? It just ends up looking... Fuck off, Amolga. No one likes you. Zubat. Very... Is it fair to call Zubat iconic because of the whole cave thing? Is that fair? Or is that unjust? You know what? I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. Zubat is a really well-designed Pokemon. Like, it's designed in such a way you can tell, even without hearing its name, it's a bat. Oof. You know? Like, it is very, still clearly identifiable as a bat.
But then beyond that, one, it doesn't have eyes, which is a little joke on, you know, the bats being blind. Two, the color combo, again, Pokemon Purple bat, but that with that like cornflower, like it's like a dark cornflower blue this time. So good. Don't know why, but those colors work really well. And like the wings, like what? They're not like overdone bat wings, but they are once again still identifiable as bat wings, and even more so, it's like the little blue spine helps break it up. It's completely broken up in such a way that it's so well balanced. You know? I mean, it is basically just a mouth with ears and wings. So like, it's not the hardest thing in the world to design, but to me that's A tier. The balancing of the color between the 2 points, really good. Really good. Then we get to Golbat. And I'm like, why, man? Why? I mean, we don't even have to. Do we? No. It's just worse in every way. His little leg noodles became. I'm sure these are meant to be feet. Like, I'm really sure that there's like games where Golbat walks, and it walks on these feet things. But that doesn't mean I have to like them. I would have rather that he had the little stick thing that Zubat had, like the little tail malarkey leg things. These, in fact, I'm gonna Google this. I'm gonna Google Golbat walking, just for the cursed nature of it. Okay, I have to show you this, but please be aware, it is from comicbook.com, which I think might be part of the same like comic book review, like they're clickbait, but please appreciate the sexy goal. Oh no! Oh! I'm not gonna lie. It's still better than what we got. Oh my goodness. Oh, but yeah. I'm now choking on a bit of a spring roll. So yeah, if you enjoy watching me die, then feel free to drop a follow. But yeah, I don't know what this is or why this happened, but all I know is we need more of it. But yeah, I'm super sure that Golbat like walks on them, and like look in the anime, they're shaped more like feet, but like here, they look like little spooky things. I just don't like them. I just don't like them. So, in my opinion, Golbat is worse. So, Golbat, plus it's like way more blue. It loses like the sleekness that Zubat has. So yeah, I'm not appreciating it at all. No. So C tier. Or maybe D tier. We'll leave it in C. We'll leave it in C tier and we'll see how I feel. Right. The Oddish line. I have... Maybe I'm controversial with this. So, Oddish. Cute. But, like, uninspired. It's kind of just like a radish that's purple. You know? So, I'm not mad for my choice in putting it in C tier. Gloom, on the other hand, I think Gloom is actually quite nicely done. It's definitely better. It keeps the right design element. It keeps the right elements from Oddish. The purple and you know, the overall shape. But because it's adding more in with like the plan, I do think that it is a better designed Pokemon. So I am totally fine putting it in B tier. Now Vileplume, oh my god, Emolga keeps appearing on this goddamn screen and I hate it. I actually hate it. Vileplume, on the other hand, I think that Vileplume is a phenomenally designed Pokemon. By Gen 1 standards. You know? It's like, imagine this was like a fashion outfit. Imagine this is on a runway. It's wearing a giant hat. That silhouette with those long legs that it would technically have, like, yeah, go girl, get it. Like, even the spots. It again keeps all of the good parts from its previous evolution and builds on them. The color combination is right. That little splash of orange really highlights and just ties the red and purple together for me. I could live with or without the white spots, but them being there does not detract from it any. So, in my opinion, it's either an A or an S. And I will say that with my chest. Vileplume's an S. Vileplume is an S tier design. I said it. I don't know if that's controversial or not, but like, you guys can decide. Okay, who is next up? Oh god. Oh god. You know, I didn't mind Paris until Legends Arceus. Oh my god, these little fucks are so angry! Like, who hurt you? It wasn't your designer. Maybe it was your typing. Like, whoever made your game logic. And I get it. Grass. Bug. It's a bug with mushrooms on it. They don't have like a fungi type or anything, so grass is the closest. I get it. But like, why are you so angry? Like, oof. Ow. Why? Overall, I'm not mad at Paris, to be honest. I am much less mad than it is at me. Put it that way. I'm not stunt sporting anyone. Yeah, Paris, orange is a relatively nice shade of orange. the mushrooms, I think they could do with being a little bit bigger. And I get it that they kept them small because the big mushrooms is parasites. But I just feel like it's a rather big leap, you know? From these two little mushrooms to one giant one. So like, they could have made these slightly bigger, you know? Or what I totally could have gotten behind is if they kept them this size, but then just had like one like right in the middle, like instead of a stinger and slightly higher. That would have been really cute. You know, like these two here also kind of give me like space buns almost, which I'm definitely not mad at. I'm just sad that that's an aspect that's kind of lost. So Paris, you don't know what you want to be, but you're not bad. So you can go in very bottom of beat. Parasect, on the other hand. Whew. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, what did they do to you? Why? Why did they do this? Why? I get it. I get what they were trying to do. You know? Good idea. Not well executed. Because one, the claws are huge and they're really distracting. Two, the mushroom. Give me some continuity. You know, you did really well with the Oddish, being quite simple. Like, Oddish is cute, but like, it's inspired. And then Plume built upon that, and Bioplume built upon that. Why have we, the only thing you've carried across are the core foundation of Paris, is that it is a bug with mushrooms on it. The only development we get is that it has now no pupils, because it's supposed to be the idea that the mushroom is taken over. There's nothing in here to tell me that these two mushrooms go together to form one big giant mushroom. If that mushroom was so big, probably see some hyphae coming out. They literally just did the worst possible way of it got bigger. So I'm tempted to put Parasect in F tier because they could have done so many things with that, and it's a bit of a wasted opportunity in my opinion. But the concept of it is still a good concept, so I'm going to put it in D tier. I just feel like so much could have been done. Oh, did you know that Venonat and Kelpie had its final evolutions changed? I don't know if you prescribe to that. There are certainly design elements that are similar, but I don't want your eye. Go away. So, Venonat. I think Venonat is really cute. Really cute. It's again Pokemon Purple, but like it's married really nicely with that reddish color. And to be honest, I think it's just the right amount. If its eyes were any bigger or any smaller, if they were smaller, it would have felt wasted. If they were bigger, it would detract from the fact that it's supposed to be like a little fluffy thing. Now, Venonat reminds me of one thing in particular. Years and years ago, I say that like I'm some sort of boomer, but I'm not. Quite a while ago, there was this ad back on the telly. Back in the day when people watched television and not Netflix. But yeah. Back in the day, there was this ad for... Now, I'm not sure if it's sold everywhere in the world, but it was an ad for a juice called Ribena. It's blackcurrant juice. And the Ribena little berry things were like a non-fluffy version of Venonat. And that's all Venonat makes me think of now is Ribena. But we have Peroni, not Ribena. So, but I do think though, because the colours go so well, and you know what, the little skin flesh tone that they have for the hands and that, okay, I could be doing without the little mouth claw thing here, just because it doesn't add anything at that point. It, like I said with the eyes, if the eyes were smaller, they would be lost in all this purple. This is almost lost in all that purple. But I could be doing without that and just have like an imaginary mouth. Yeah, Venonat's strong. I do feel though, these antennae, they could have done with maybe being a different colour or also just being removed. It's like, we're already aware from the eyes, the giant fucking eyes that's on it, it's a bug. Do we need anything else telling us it's a bug? Are the antennae adding anything? I would argue that they're not adding anything to it. And because they are white, you know, I suppose this is up against a white background, so it is kind of washed out. But overall, you don't even really see the point where the antenna connects to the head. It's not you're like, oh, that's its forehead. Like you see a fluffy ball, you know. But yeah, like see, even here, Venonat's little antenna don't really matter. I do still think it's a really good design though. So I'm going to put Venonat in quite a high B. Yeah, around there. Venomoth. I quite like Venomoth. I wish, game-wise, Venomoth did more. And I've seen some people be like, oh, we should have like, you know, something to do with Venomoth. Or like a regional Venomoth. And I'm like, well, do we really need any more moth and butterfly Pokemon? There is quite a lot. Overall, I mean, there's quite a lot. I mean, even in Kanto, here, we've got Butterfree and Venomoth. And I suppose alongside that, we also have Beedrill, who isn't a butterfly, but they're like the cool, edgy one. You know? And then Hoenn literally has two as well. There is quite a few butterfly and Pokemon that are moth. No. Hoenn has three. Masquerain as well. It has two moths. Is Masquerain a moth? I'm counting it as a moth, okay? But Venomoth. I'm gonna say it. Pokemon Purple. Really like this lavender almost kind of color. Not lavender, lilac. I really kind of like this lilac color that it has going on. And see here, the mouth, the little teethies, add something to it. It helps sort of give that distinction between head, which is here quite a skinny and petite head. Albeit, you know, I've got a question: how much is the is it really doing all that? I would say it's definitely doing a benefit, actually. So those little teeth holes, they help break it up. The one thing that always confuses me about Venomoth is its eyes. Like, why? Like, at points I'm even questioning, are the eyes part of the head? No, because I think Sabrina might have used once, or like, oh, does it maybe have like some psychic powers or whatnot? But I think sometimes it's just its sprite art looks a little funky. But yeah, like look, it looks like the eyes are just balls coming out the side of its head. You know, I'm not mad, but like, do I think Venomoth is better or worse than Venomoth? I'd say probably the same. I'd say Venomoth is also a very high B. In fact, I'd actually say Venomoth is higher than Beedrill for me. But I would like some changes to the design. Just because, like I say, the eyes and things like that are a bit skewy for me. Right, okay, Diglett and Dugtrio. Right, okay, I'm gonna do this. And I'm gonna do this. So the problem is, right, Diglett is cute, but like, it's basically like a little purple, like a little brown dick coming out the ground. And Dugtrio is like, it's just 3. And I get that there are going to be other Pokemon coming up that are just 3 of the other things, like Dugtrio and Magneton. But they have like design elements changed. How far the dick is coming out of the ground is not a design element, in my opinion. So for that reason, Dugtrio goes in F tier. I don't not like the Pokemon. I think it's a good Pokemon, and especially for a playthrough of like Kanto games. I'd say I put it in F tier more because the design concept annoys me than anything else. I don't think it's actually like ugly or anything like that. It's just a bad. It's a choice, okay? It's a choice. Meow. Oh. Meow. Meowth has gotten a lot of attention over the years as a fair counterpart to Pikachu in a lot of cases, I guess. But like, Meowth has a lot of things going for it, you know? Colors all work really well together. The coin doesn't really stand out all that much, at least in this artwork. It does in some of the sprites. So I'm trying to take that into consideration. But like, see, this is almost the same color as Ninetales. It's like within that yellowy cream family. If anything, Meowth has it worse because it's closer to white than Ninetales. But it has the brown shaded in, also a different body type, so that helps. I think the little whiskers that are added around the coin and on its face, they make it so much more like dynamic of a design. Like, one, it helps it still feel like a cat, even although in most cases where we see Meowth, he's actually talking. for us in the English dub, in a somewhat like New York accent. That was a terrible. Like, I'm gonna try and do a New York accent. I don't want to say like, I'm walking here. Yeah, that's right. Meh. Like meow, you know? He's like a cartoon New Yorker. So like that can pull us, and especially in the English one, away from him being a cat. But like the design, the little whiskers, the curly tail, the ears being where they are, upright on the head, in that very anime cat ear, which is fitting. I think Meow does a lot of things right. I do think the black around the ears could possibly be a little less saturated. It's quite harsh, you know, when the brown is not as saturated on its feet and on its tail. The brown's not as saturated, so that black being super saturated is quite jarring, almost, I'd say. I dropped the chip. For me, at least. But I do think it's a good design. So it gets to go in A. Persian. We will not talk about oh no. I'm so sorry, Persian. What did they do to you? Oh no, and they tried to make it look so angry as well. Oh my god. I get why it's like that. It's just funny. OG Persian, on the other hand. Pros. It's sleek. Definitely looks sleek. It gives very much like cat to panther. It keeps the elements of, you know, like the colour, the fact that it's a cat, the whisker design on it, which I don't think enough people appreciate when they see Persian. A lot of the times you just see the main body, but it does also have those whiskers there. I just wish that they carried over some of the brown tints from Meowth, even if it was just to colour the little, you know, like feet part or the end of the tail. Maybe the tips of the ears or something like that. And I'm not going to lie, I wish the coin didn't become the jewel. I don't understand why the coin becomes a jewel. Why? Was it specifically for the move Power Gem? Is Power Gem even a move in Gen 1? Let me check this. Power Gem. Power Gem Pokemon. Power Gem Pokemon. No, it's not gonna work. It's gonna make me use my fingers like a. Bah. Yeah, Power Gem. Oh no, Power Gem was introduced. Gen 4, so I was gonna say I don't remember, you know, anyone. Persian's thing in his original playthrough was the speed mechanic was broken, so if you use like a high crit rate move like Slash with Persian, you were pretty much always guaranteed a crit, so you would always get through like buffs that your opponent had set. So why? Why is it a gem? Why is it a gem? For that reason, or not being funny, Meowth's coin is quite iconic. For that reason, I'ma put Persian in C tier. There is a lot to like. It's not bad. It just fails to capture what its previous one could and carry that across. Persian Psyduck. Psyduck. It's yellow. It's a duck. A bit of a platypus built, but I'll take it. I do think Psyduck is actually quite well designed, but I will say it is well designed on the premise that it was always, I think, going to be a simple Pokemon. Like, I'm pretty sure that whenever I see Psyduck, because it's yellow, I think of rubber ducks. Rubber ducks that you put in the bath. They're fairly simple in their shape and design because of the fact that they are like mass-produced items. So like Psyduck kind of fits. I just want to check Bulbapedia and see if they agree with me on like the design. Yeah, rubber duck. Rubber duck. The rubber ducky. It's obviously Bulbapedia is great source of knowledge, but it is not 100% reliable. Psyduck's design appears to draw on inspiration from both ducks and platypuses. Its yellow colorations, proportions, and simple anatomy seem to be inspired by rubber ducks in particular. So yeah. Oh, that would have been cute. Because then they could have given. So it says that Junichi Masuda revealed that Psyduck was considered for the role of Pikachu's counterpart in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee instead of Eevee, but was ultimately not chosen due to it being too similar in color to Pikachu. Oh, where's Psyduck? Imagine losing out on like a titular role in a game because you're yellow. It's like, oh yeah, there is a shiny Psyduck in the anime. It's owned by like a rune person, like a rune maniac person, I think. Is it? Is that who I'm thinking of? Chain Seeker. Oh no. But there is a very fabulous ruin maniac. Spooky. And she's like, oh, we have to make a video and make an advert. Oh, spooky. So yeah, Psyduck. It was always going to be simple. It was never going to be a, super complex, varied design. It was going to be based on rubber ducks. So for that reason, I actually think Psyduck is an A-tier design. For what it is, taking into account the inspiration of the rubber ducks. Because, it's not just a one-for-one copy. They did bring in other elements to it. But all of those elements only add to it. Because of that bright yellow design, its derpy ass face. Psyduck. I know obviously it does have its ties back to the anime as well, but for a lot of people, Psyduck is quite an iconic Pokemon, So I'm take that. I take that. Gold duck on the other hand. Gold duck. I do feel bad for gold duck. And I don't know why. But I'm just commenting on, you know, the typing, I know, on the design, but I do feel it's missing a typo. In my opinion, I know it comes from Psyduck, but either it needs the psychic type, or for Golduck in particular, I do feel it looks to me like it should be fighting type as well. Right. Even in Let's Go, you know, they're like, on then, you starting, on then. Like, they are feisty. Like, I'm pretty sure even all of its art, like its sprite art, ooh, scary Pokemon, oh no. I'm pretty sure even all of its art sprites, or sprite art, shows it looking like, it's never laid back or chilled out, it's always like, on then. Yeah. Little Emerald, I suppose, like these ones, like, that looks like it's going to grab you. This one is just having a wee struggle. This one looks like it's tensing up. And then the 3D ones are, yeah. So I don't know, man. I feel like part of it could be fighting. Anyway, design-wise, I mean, it's not bad. It's really not bad. But like, not good. In my opinion, Psyduck is better designed. Not to say Golduck doesn't have things going for it though. Like, I think the webbing in between the feet look really good. And the fact that it matches the beak is a nice attention to detail. If we're, you know, coming from the same like platypus, and I think there's some Kappa ideals mixed in there, get that. But again, it's the Pokemon thing of stick a jewel on their forehead. And I get, you know, jewels are like mysterious and all that. They didn't give it a psychic type to tie that into it. So like, other than like very minor lore perspective, that jewel has no design standpoint for being there. It's just there. I also maybe would have appreciated something either on the tail or running under it. And I get that they're trying to make it look more duck-like. Totally get that. But yeah, it kind of the body part of it is a little bit blob-like because there isn't anything to break up that blue. So I don't think it's as good a design as the side of it is. And I do think that the gem is just a bit like, oh, we need something. We need something to make it special or fancy. And then they tie to other things in otherwise. Not bad. Don't hate it. I think it could be improved. I think it's not one of these, you know, like where the design is bad. Like, I know a lot of people are probably like Ninetales. People do like it. They're like, oh, it's improved. I'm on about like from like a analytical point of view. Like, to me, Arbok and Vileplume are both really well designed. Like, you see them at a distance and exactly what's going on. It's clear, concise. That also, the design also helps build on the lore. Like, for example, male Vileplumes and female Vileplumes have different spots. The spots are different. And we mentioned earlier about the Arbok pattern changing. those are really, really good design elements to me that I feel they're designed in such a way that like it only adds to it, nothing subtracts. You know? So yeah, well, I feel that could be some harsh ways too. Because Golduck as bad as okay, so I'm moving Ekans down. I've decided I'm moving Ekans down, even though I like the yellow. And also Golbat. I'm moving Golbat down. Now that I'm looking. Wigglytuff can stay there. It's just a worse Jigglypuff. But Jigglypuff isn't that. It's designed to be cute with that effect. Oh, Mankey. Mankey, for me, shares a lot of design elements, kind of almost a little bit, with Venonat. It's a small little fluffy ball. The difference being, obviously, Mankey has limbs, and also it's not as strong or wild a color. So it's cream compared to fluffy ball of purple. But they are both, at their core, fluffy little balls. That in mind, here, I think the nose, like, really adds something. Look at what it says, a cross between a pig and a monkey. So the little monkey nose in there, because they ragey. Yeah. I do think that its design is actually really nice. I would like it maybe to be fluffier. Not that I'm a fan of fluffy things or anything, you know. Fluffy things are only a little bit nice. And now that's a lie. I do. But like, I feel like it could be fluffier. If they had like made more fluff back here, made it visible. That'd be really nice. But it's essentially the same color scheme as Meow. Like that cream color with that brown. And I think that works really well for highlighting areas in the little pink nose. That I said, it helps us find like a center point to the little fluffy mass. Also, I know its stance is like, let's go, I'm a fighting type, like I'm ready to chap some heat together. But I never noticed quite how like muscly its legs were drawn. Like, look at this knee. Look at that. Look at that knee. Yeah. Overall, I actually even like the tail not having like any like curly bit to it or anything like that. I'm actually quite happy with Mankey's design. And the red eyes, obviously, because it's easily resolved. Like that's its whole gimmick. Like, that's why it's a fighting type, not a normal type, because it's spending all the time fighting with it, so it's not. So Mankey really well designed. Like up there for me with Meow. Actually, I feel really good about Primate. His design. Having a love-hate relationship with these black bands on its wrists and ankles. But I can see the point that they're there to serve. They're breaking up because, like, if that wasn't there, this would just be like one big, like, brown muscle noodle. So these here, like these, what I think are meant to be like weighted bracelets. They kind of help chop off the arm portion and the leg portion. Distinctly say this is the wrist, this is the ankle, this is the hand, and this is the foot. Also, the nose element being in the middle of the ball fluff stays. We do get more fun. And the eyes. They are quite small in the artwork, like it's again ragey. But yeah, I'd put it right there. It basically takes Pancake. It does get rid of its tail, but in return, it gets roided up, which is in the Pokemon world, I guess that's a fair trade. So yeah, that way, I definitely say that it belongs up here with its Weebo. Oh, the Growlithe line. Growlithe and Arcanine. Growlithe, I mean, I can do this without bringing them up. Growlithe. Growlithe, I feel is cute, but I know how I feel about them. Growlithe, the Arcanine, A. Like, Growlithe, it tries to be cute and cool at the same time, but not in the same way like Nidoran manages it. Or, like, you know, other Pokemon, like Sandslash manages to keep it cool quite well. Growlithe doesn't. It doesn't. Arcanine, on the other hand, the fluff looks great. The fluff is fantastic because it contrasts with the orange and black. So it could be too much. Like, I do think Arcanine has the right amount of fluff for being like a big because I like I say, any more would be too much. Like, Growlithe is small, although Growlithe is a good boy. Fuck off, Emolga. This is why we don't make Emolga. This is why. So yeah, Growlithe doesn't do it for me. Arcanine, great. Sui and Arcanine, well, I know we're not talking about them, but why is it? Honestly, they are both good, and there are elements from both I like, but overall, I don't understand why Sui and Arcanine are. Or, if that makes sense. Like, was it volcanic? Like, is it Pumice rock instead? What? Like, I don't know, it's confusing for me in terms of, like, I can't see a reason as to why it's there. If anyone knows of a reason, then please let me. I think they're trying to say, like, oh, it's volcanic. Like, it's not though, because it's pre-evolution, it's volcanic rock, and there's nothing else other than the fact that we fight one in Legends Arceus, spoiler by the way, you'll fight one at a volcano. That's the only tactical. That is it. Sidetrack over. Arcanine, the fluff is really good. It's in the right amount, in the right places. It doesn't detract from the stripes in the body. The Arcanine is well known for being like a solid off. For being a solid design. Holy Bye. It's cute. I'll give it that. I do like the combination of this cornflowery, dark cornflower blue and the pink, the lips. Eyes are definitely cute. Yeah, there's nothing about this design I think is bad. It's also, like, it's cute. Like that. Like, it's solid cute. I think it's a B. But, like, a middle B. I think it's better than B. Sure. Polyra. Well, Poliwhirl and Poliwra. Huh. Are we gonna overlook the fact that they're basically the same Pokemon, just bigger? Like, same. So for that reason, and I know, it gets the fighting, but C tier, because I don't know why it needs gloves. No, don't know why it needs gloves. That's something that's always confusing. And then here. Telling me the same thing that I just said no to. Like, I'm evolving it. The disappointment I felt chucking a water stone at that Poliwhirl and watching it just get bigger. And, oh, sorry. It got bigger and angrier. But, like, so did Mankey. You know? Mankey got bigger and angrier, and it did it way better. They literally just grabbed it, made it bigger, coloured in the eyes a little bit, and said, damn, we did a good job here. So like, nah. No having it. No in it. They literally, right? Oh no, it also has nostrils. They coloured in the eyes, made it like anger, more square, and possibly slightly darker. You can't be bothered to check. But that's what they did. Boom. Goddamn Amolgas in my goddamn stream. Well, don't have it. You're all welcome. So long as you're not an Amolga, you're welcome. Abra. Now Abra's color scheme, this gold, yellow, and brown, really nice. Really nice. I think that is great. haunted. Haunted. Honestly, at this point, I would rather watch Bojack. At least they don't have Mogai. Anyway, the color scheme I think is really nice. I actually would like some more brown, possibly around the legs to help balance it out. The brown does make Abra feel a little bit top heavy, but also Abra's meant to be weak. Abra's meant to be weak, so like it having like overblown shoulders and skinny arms and feeling top heavy and off balance because of that kind of fits. I'd say Abra is definitely a B tier. I like they've split the tail just with this little band. Just again, they're so conscious and aware that sometimes if you have too much of one colour, it's going to look samey, and they break up in some, not in others. Even here, like because it's in segment, it's a little skinnier. It is okay, but it could do with just a really thin band just to help split off, maybe. I don't think it necessarily needs like something on its head. I'm saying I don't think it needs necessarily something on its head. I wonder why I'm saying that. But yeah, solidly a B tier. It's inoffensive to me. Kadabra. I mean, so this is where the Kadabra or the Abra line begins to get confusing. Okay? So, typically what we would see are Pokemon, and this is more common in 3-stage evolutions. Take, for example, the Geodude line, who are also tradables, or even better, Machoke. So, you have Machoke, Machop, Machamp, Machoke. I'm not sure. I'm beginning to confuse myself, which is not like that's easily done. Machop, Machamp. No, Machop, Machoke, Machamp. Right. So I'm going to compare the evolutions here, just for a minute. So, Machop and Abra, they both are smaller, humanoid. Totally understandable with that. That's the design aspect we're going for. Geodude, if you want to consider the trade evolutions a set, both Geodude and Ghastly are round boy. So here, we have humanoid, small, around the size of a child. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. It then gets bigger. And it gets bigger to a point, you know, where you can tell vastly more powerful. And, you know, it has more muscles, it has elements. You could call this a finished design and be happy with that. But it obviously evolves again. And this adds on to it. It builds onto its pre-existing. So it builds onto Machoke. Yeah, the colour scheme get lost. Colors slightly differ, but like, if you were to take this off, right, these extra arms, it is essentially just a Machoke who got a lip job, a new haircut, and stayed out the sun a bit. You know? They've built upon it, and it's grown, and you can tell it's stronger because of that. But let's go and have a little look at Abra, Kadabra, Alakazam. Because here something really weird happens. So between Kadabra and Alakazam, it loses design elements for some reason. I mean, Alakazam, I believe, is bigger, so like height 100, height 130 centimeters, and Alakazam is 150, so it's a whole 20 centimeters bigger. But like here, right? So we've got the mustache, fair enough. Kadabra gains a star. You can't really see it here, but there's a star. These wiggly lines, big floof tail. You know. Alakazam, on the other hand, has no tail. Its mustache is a little bit bigger, and it gets extra spoons. It has none of the markings on it. So, like, personally, the way I feel like these may have gotten slightly mixed up at some point, or the design concept wasn't clear enough. These two, I feel like the big giant tail, like it was a normal tail, then it got big, and then it disappeared. Every time a mole comes on the screen, I feel a little bit of rage. So much rage. So much rage. I got salt and pepper chips, omelette, satay vegetables, it was a vegetable, vegetable spring rolls. That's everything. Yeah, and I got some banana fritters later. So I'll be having those just shortly, but. Yeah, I feel like what we were really trying to go for was something Kadabra's height that looks like Alakazam with one spoon, and then when it evolved, it got a big fluffy tail. Like I feel like it's out of order. So for that reason, I'm going to put them both in C tier. Just because while the designs individually are good, their names in English are literally Abracadabra Alakazam. I'm gonna have to treat them as a set. I'm sorry. But yeah, the Machoke. All of them are solidly B tier. I'm not offended by any of them. Like I said, they show nice progression as a whole. They're all clearly distinct. Do I think the red lines and stuff are maybe a bit much? Yeah. Did I think that Machamp necessarily needed to get a lip job, like lip filler in here? No. No. But this is 2020. You want to go and get lip filler? Get lip filler, babe. You want to grow an extra set of arms out your shoulders? Yeah, do that. No one's going to stop you. Anyone tries to stop you, I mean, I won't fight them because I'm terrible at fighting, but I will give them a stern talk. But yeah, these guys, solidly B tier. Nothing offensive about them. Honestly, nothing to write home about either. So yeah. The bell sprout line. I mean, right now, all I'm thinking is of just like screaming, like James's victory bell was. Like, ah! Ah! Like, I do. So like my laugh, is either like, basically it's either like a set of giggles, which I suppose sort of fits in with where I'm going with this, but my laugh is like a Venn diagram. So if we put giggles to the side, because I do get giggles quite often, but like it's either a Jimmy Carr, like a laugh, which is, that was a terrible impersonation, but it's like a like laugh that I'll do, like a big belly chuckle. Or like for some reason, like I'll sometimes do like a Lord Voldemort, like a laugh sometimes, and that comes out of nowhere. Let me tell you, that's really awkward. See something really funny like happen out in the street, and you think, oh no, there's a laugh coming, and I just can't stop it. And you think it's going to be like a little like hee hee hee, and it's like a like. Just like, that was not me. And then my last one, for if you know of this drag queen called Trixie Mattel, her laugh is just a scream, it's like Victory Bell, like it's like the anime Victory Bell cry. If you set up a Venn diagram of any of those three laughs, throw a dart, my laugh will be somewhere there. So I just need to prepare you all for the eventuality that we watch something funny together and I accidentally like scream laugh. Because then I won't be the only deaf one. So yeah. But coming back to the design elements for these guys. I mean, I like the yellow. I think the yellow really does stand out. They've got a good choice in colour. As a set, they show really clear progression. You know, like, it's not like one is out of place or they're just, it got bigger. I definitely think that Victory Bell, though, just from like Weeping Bell, I've heard many things said about Weeping Bell. It may share design elements with some products. Bellsprout is just a cute little sprouty boy. But like Victory Bell, I feel like a lot of care went into Victory Bell. Just from even the way like Weeping Bell is just like, you know, like shaped the same way, but like Victory Bell very specifically is like properly picture plant shaped. The leaf coming up, the fact that it's technically designed upside down, because that's how they sit. The vine coming out the back and down the bottom, you know, like all of that I think shows a lot of care and attention, and it pays off. The pink around the lips, which again they all have, But it's another case of they take all of the good elements from their previous one and expand upon them. And that's how we get to, from Bellsprout to Victory Bell. Even at the stage, like Bellsprout doesn't have any of the little spotting on it, but like Victory Bell has loads. Weeping Bell has a little bit. There's a clear progression. I'm very happy with that. Now that I'm sitting here talking about it. Even the shape of the leaves and the little vine coming down the back. I need to see Victory Bell's like full art, because for some reason, guys, I feel like Victory Bell S tier is Victory Bell S tier. Let me just copy this, because I'm going to turn it upside down, just so I can fully consider it, because I am aware that, like, it's kind of almost a little bit upside down. You spin me right round, baby, right round. I mean, to be honest, it kind of looks a little bit derpy the other way about. Also, I kind of like it. Like, the leaves just, because it's not greatly overdrawn. It is in this artwork slightly slouching back. I just think the leaves really do help give us that shape that, like, flares out at the bottom. It's designed, for Pokemon to fall in and for it to dissolve it with acid inside it. And, like, yeah, it looks a little bit like it looks quite angry here because the shadows and things across it. I flipped it upside down. I will take this page. I don't think I can. But, like, if you're watching this, like, just turn your screen upside down if that's possible for you to do. Like, it does look like a very different Pokemon, but, like, it's very appreciated. Like, this is a Pokemon that looks good both upside down and right way up, whichever way you want to believe that is. The only question I have is, like, where does the leaf attach? Like, is it just floating? Because clearly, judging from all of my things, I do like a little bit of, like, a little sprinkling of realism. So let's check the back spray. Decide if that is, like, I don't think it is attached. Okay, I know how I'm going to rate them. So, Bellsprout is like low B. Victory Bell, quite high B.
let's say Victory Bell's what about here? And, sorry, Weeping Bell. And in Victory Bell, I think even though it's not attached, I think that's an S tier design. We know exactly what it is. Because of that, it has the unique factor of looking good both, really in any orientation. The leaves help expand on the shape. This is like a carnivorous plant. And it's designed to eat shit. I know that was a really bad way of putting that. But it's designed to eat stuff, So I think that's a fair... I think that's a really well designed. And it builds upon everything from previous ones. Tentacool and Tentacruel. Right, well... I don't really have any strong feelings about this. Red and blue is a bit of an unusual combination. I think they're both like C tier designs. Like I'm not mad, I'm not angry at them. I feel very about them. The dude line. I like Golem. Golem looks to me like a turtle made of like mud, which is pretty cool. I quite like turtles. I don't get why or how that has evolved. Remind, this isn't Digimon. From Rocky guys, kind of hurts my head a little. Geodude to Graveler, totally get that. But then Golem's out of place. But then I would argue that Graveler is the worst designed one. But then, this line is a little bit of a mess. These two make sense. I think just making it bigger and throwing extra arms on it and making it more rugged, like it's still a rock. Like it's a sentient rock. We get that. Like, is it enough? Is it enough? I don't think so. For that reason, I'm going to put these two. No, I'm going to put C. C, D, C. Even although I do quite like it, the overall experience. No thank you. Ponyta and Rapidash. I mean, there's nothing inherently bad. I do think Ponyta, I think they were trying to go for the cute thing. But I'm sorry. It is a pony or a foal that is literally on fire. I don't think you can make that cute. Fire is very commonly, like, you have to be quite especially with fire types, because they're kind of associated to be like cool and almost as edgy as the dark. Kind of need to be like quite careful. Like, you can have like fiery colors, but the moment you stick fire on something, there are obviously exceptions, like Charmander. But Charmander has tiny fire. This thing has been set on fire. So I do feel like that's really different. Detail. It doesn't know what it wants to be. It's not bad, like I don't hate it. It's not like these things here. But it doesn't know what it wants to be. Rapidash, on the other hand,
Like, let me just bring up Rapidash. Oh my god, the Valerian ones. Ah, so good. Like, Rapidash knows exactly what it wants to be. I think it could be this art. I think the fire is in this art maybe not the best place. Like when you see it, like in game and in other media, it is a really well designed Pokemon. It's meant to be fast, so like having the fire coming from like the edge of the legs, so when it's running, it all streaks past. Effectively, everywhere on a horse, you would find sort of like, other than like even really to the mane. You know, like sometimes you have like horses that have like a really long mane that comes all the way down to the withers. Yes, your nature prince knows about the animal parts. It is my job. Anywhere that you can find like feathers on a horse, which is the fluffy hooves, and the fire in the mane. Anywhere there's really any hair that is big enough to notice aside from normal fur, it's fire, and that is like a really nice way to place it. Also, this is a unicorn, and I know I did say the Lost debut, that, or maybe it was in one of my TikToks. I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm on TikTok as well. Kelpie there. But like, it's a unicorn. That, like, I know I said that like Kelpies and unicorns have bad blood between us, but that's over and done with. The smear campaign against us Kelpies was done. And I do quite like and appreciate unicorns. So what does a unicorn have to do with fire? I don't know. But because it's a horse, it fits. So like fire horse with horn, you kind of get away with putting them all together. It doesn't look out of place. Yeah, no, even if you took the horn away, I don't think the horn is taking anything away from Rapidash. I also don't think it's adding anything, but it does look cool, and it knows that it wants to look cool. It's not trying to do the cute thing. I'm gonna put that in A tier. Quite a high A tier, actually, right up there with Oh, the slowpoke guy. No. Like, I really like the slowpoke line. It's pink, but in like a good way. Look at the pink that we've had so far. There's like the fairy, Wigglytuff. I know that we do have some more coming up. Pokemon is not afraid of pink. It will not shy away from it. I think the pink and the cream work really well for Slowpoke. It's just the tiny pupils do lend itself to telling us pretty clearly that this Pokemon is dippet as fuck. Like, he dumb. Like, it does exact, and I think, because I'm pretty sure it's meant to have some like hippo elements, possibly, just from the way that they sort of like lays about in the water. I think that's where they're going with it. Let's see what Bulbapedia's opinion on that is. Also, the fact that it's shiny is gold, like yellow. Yes, please. I know the other one is like the Galarian one, and I really like that. Oh, they're thinking it could be be an otter. Oh, and the Japanese name comes from hermit crab. Okay.
I see where it's going.
Right. Okay. Well, I've never seen a hermit crab out of its shell, and it definitely, like, although it has these little pincers, I'm pretty sure hermit crabs do have like claws. To me, it gives, like, when I think of slowpoke, I think of them like lying by the side of a river, things like that. And I know that's more how they've been marketed and worked than their design elements. Even like the little curly ears that they have, and like the dumb face. They do give me kind of hippo, but I can see where they're going with the salamander. The one issue that I have with slowpoke is it is very samey because it's all pink. But I think for slowpoke, I'm going to put it in C tier, but like high C, so somewhere up here. Yeah, there. But slowbro, on the other hand, which is literally called the hermit crab Pokemon. Slowbro, I think, phenomenal. I don't think it's S tier. But doing that thing where it takes all of the good parts of Pokemon before it, so in this case, Slowpoke, derpy face, the little swirl ear motif that it has going on here, its beak thing with its like little goofy teeth, and it builds on that, so it adds more of that cream colour into it here for us with its belly pattern. And its whole shtick is its tasty tail and bitten. And this I believe was going to be a Pokemon at some point. But they ended up just saying it was like a Shelder. But I believe it was a Pokemon that they did find in a beta. Like a beta test copy of like gold and silver. Yeah, I do think this, and because this is broken up, it stops it having the effect of being too samey. Slowpoke's cuteness overrides the sameness in some sense, but like also kind of doesn't. So Slowbro is a welcome addition to me. Just gonna make this a little bigger, a little small inside. I can't really think of much else really to say for like Slowbro, other than it does things correctly, i.e. bringing across aspects from previous evolutions. Yeah, I mean, it is simply a Slowpoke that's had its tail bit, but that little aspect of allowing us to see the belly in most of its designs does plonk it squarely in the A tier. Low A tier, but still A tier. Okay. Magnemite. I am not sure about Magnemite, to be honest. Because, like, I get that it's meant to be, like, expressionless. No, actually, I do like Magnemite. Looking at it, it's balanced in its proportions, the magnet on either side, screw on either side, the bolt on the top drives through the middle, so we've got a very symmetrical Pokemon, so it's quite pleasing to the eye in that sense because it's symmetrical. We tend to like things that are symmetrical. And then it adds in little details like the magnets being opposites on each side because, north, south, opposites attract. And the magnets, it's called magneton, it's called coil in Japanese. It's not we have the electromagnetic, it's not exactly magnet, but it is the flow of electrons, so it is electric. So it tells us quite clearly this is electric type. And then once the steel comes in, the bolts then tie it into this is also steel type. So it's simple, but it's really effective in telling us what it is. I will admit the steel typing, perhaps a little on the nose. The magnets are maybe a better motif for it, but it's not bad. And it's, I think if it were asymmetrical, it being so simple would be a bad thing, but because it's symmetrical, it's really good. It's not mind-blowing by any means. It's a solid B. Let's see. Yeah. I'd say it's around here. Yeah. Now, Magneton. Rare coil. I mean, logically speaking, the magnets should be pushing them apart, not sticking them together, right? You guys see this. So if we say like, this is north and this is south. The South Pole, these are two separate ones, they're near each other. That would push apart. Unless the orientation of it has changed. So for example, a water molecule is polar. So are they trying to say that they got near each other and it polarized their bodies, their steel bodies, and but then these would all be the same, because when water comes together, it's like the two hydrogen parts are attracted to the oxygen part. Plus, it's not 3 times as heavy. It doesn't make sense. But because of the symmetry thing, I do quite like the design, but it just... What I need to know is, it could be a colouring error. It could be, and I'm totally willing to accept that. Also, what I want to know is, why are these two separate? I'm pretty sure they're not in most of the sprites. So I'm going to defer to the sprites on this one. And if we look no, in the anime, they are. Although what I will say is, shiny Magneton does go a good bit better to covering that base. Because the ends of the magnets are all black. Yeah, no, that's not a colouring error. It's like that in all of them. All of them, it's like that. So because it makes no sense, but it's still a nice design. And I'm saying that, in the sense that the giant man-eating plant and the horse on fire make complete sense to me. It makes no sense in the fact that they're trying to push that this is like a sciencey Pokemon. Science don't. The math ain't mathin'. Math ain't mathin'. But I don't think it's quite guilty of like these crimes. You know, like I get Diglett and Dugtrio. They technically are symmetrical, but they're symmetrical and they're oversimplified. Magnemite, symmetrical, the right amount of simple. Magneton, if you flip them magnets about, baby, and like stick these ones together so that they're like stuck together, like so it's like three balls are touching each other, and the magnets are that I would like. But as it stands just now, like all of these like have the potential, like that I think is why they're D tier. There's just something about them that like means that they're saved from the F tier. They're not completely, you know, like, oh dear god, but they're like Venusaur I can justify. This random orange color I can't find any way to justify it. Golem, can't find any way to justify why it's so absurdly different from here. Like, where do the extra arms go? I suppose by that logic, I should probably be putting that one. Or even well, no, because like we can still justify it with the spoons. There's just elements that are like iffy, which is what this section is for the most part. Anyway, Farfetch'd. I think Farfetch'd whole shenanigan of being based on like a saying, quite clever. The saying is like something duck, onion, duck, spring duck, onion duck. I mean, its regional form does look a bit. Welcome to the top 10 anime betrayals in Pokemon. Yeah. I can't remember what the saying is, but I know it's based on a saying. A duck comes bearing spring onions. It means it's an easy target or a golden opportunity. And it's shortened to Kamonegi, which is Farfetch'd's name. Overall, I mean, it's cute. I think it's also there to teach players a lesson. You know, in Red and Blue, you could trade a Spearow for a Farfetch'd. I think that was actually the only way to get it in the game. I'm pretty sure that was the only way to get it in the game. And it was there to teach players a lesson. Similar to its name. Well, would you look at that? The leak it carries resembles the the giant muscle burrow, a larger variant of the spring onion that was first bred in Scotland. Well, and then and the wild leek, one of the national symbols of Wales. I knew that. But I did not know that
there's some little ties, you know. So yeah. I can see that, but I'm pretty sure it's like there's a lesson. So you could only get it as part of a trade in black, in red and blue. Yeah, trade Spearow, and it was there because Spearow eventually evolves into Fearow, which is like a in first gen powerhouse of Pokemon, really good. But then we'll look at that compared to like so look at that compared to like Hero. So it's there to teach players a lesson. So it's got to look cute because they're gonna. The point was like, thought it was gonna evolve. You thought it was gonna evolve. Never did. It's like it doesn't. But you know, so you're stuck there with this Farfetch'd, trying to like attack and deal damage, but like look at 90 attack and a base speed of 100. Bear in mind, speed was super important in like the early games. And then there's like a Farfetch'd that's got 442. Fearow has 442. Farfetch'd speed is 60 and like an attack of 65. So while it might be stronger than the Spearow, you would be stuck. You know, it seemed like a really good deal at the time, but it was like, nah. So it has to look cute in a sense, but like it's a pun almost. It's there to teach people a lesson. For example, in gold, silver, and crystal, it's quite rare. Again, it's quite rare. Partly due to the pun. You know, you would never really see a duck carrying the spring onion for cooking himself with. But like, you gotta find this rare Pokemon. You know, in the battle sense, it's not even worth it. So it's cute, in my opinion. It's designed to be cute, to be unassuming. Like, you would never think of this like little duck which smiles and has a monobrow for some reason. Don't know why it has a monobrow. Yeah, in terms of the design itself, like the colours that they've used, I think it's little mohawk feathers, quite cute. That adds some cuteness. It has big eyes as well. Like, again, that's the cute factor. Its beak isn't, you know, it's long, but it's not like Hero's beak, where Hero had like a really long and angry beak. It just looks like a cartoon duck. I do like the colour, this sort of like mocha colour almost. That's nice, and it paired quite well with the white, and the yellow really stands out for it. So I think for what Farfetch'd is there to do, Farfetch'd is actually quite well done. And I would put it, I'm going to put it right next to Fearow. Right next to it. Along with that, are my little thing? Oh no, they're getting cold. My banana fritters are getting cold. Next up, I have conflicted feelings about these two. I mean, they're simple. Sometimes, like we see with Magnemite, simple's better. Well, see,
don't hate it. Like, it's a little baby emu with like 2 heads. Emu, ostrichy kind of thing. I don't know though. Like, because they're quite big. And I know like ostriches and emus are still big, even as babies. Like, I like the round. I like the little floof to it. It's not the fact that it's missing wings. That's not it. I feel like there's something missing. Like maybe something on the heads. You know? Like, the body does feel kind of samey because the body and the heads are essentially the same thing. You know? The head is the body and the body is the head. They're both brown, floofy circles. Yeah, this one's gonna have to be D tier. I can't even think of any reason as to why it would be like that, but with some changes, again, all of these could be fairly good. Now, the trio, on the other hand, kind of has what we're looking for in that sense. It adds, all of the heads have personality. I'm pretty sure one of them is meant to be like, I'm pretty sure in the Pokedex it says one of them is meant to be like dumber. But it has something on the head, which means that what that does is like Doduo, when its heads were turned, it was still effectively a brown ball. But because, you know, we could see the beak, but it was still effectively a brown ball. Because we now have like 2 points of reference for the head, you can see this one is turned facing this way, and these two are facing this way. It almost gives us like a route through. Like it helps give the heads more depth, and puts them better in a spatial frame reference. So I think that is a much better design element. And I'm not saying that, you know, the duo needs like big black things like these. I think even just little, like, maybe like a tiny little one coming out the top would be like really cute, because the duo is quite cute. Then we get to the bottom and the shape is broken up. So rather than it just being this ball with an extra head on it, we have like the legs, and rather than the legs just coming out the ball, they actually have thigh muscles now and a tail. So again, while a tail's moving, and maybe, you know, if you want to keep it more ball-like, I don't know if that's what they were going for, then I would actually have like trimmed the tail off a little, made the tail smaller, maybe. But yeah, it's not offensive. It's definitely better than its evolution, so it's built upon its evolution. But I feel like it's unfair because its evolution was severely lacking in detail, shall we say. So I think only fair to put it into like C tier, but to put it as quite put it as low B, mid to low B. Yeah, I think that's probably a fair place for it. Next up, we've got Seal and Dugong. Dugong is so cute, but we can do this even without opening up
art for them. I'll explain. So, seal is a cute water type. It looked like a seal. It is just a seal. But it's white, it's fluffy, it's got a little horn on its head. It's cute. You know? It is literally just a baby seal. And the only different factor is that it has a horn on its head. But the way that it's put together, its eyes, it's believable that, you know, it would be a Pokemon. It doesn't have that furry aspect that baby seals have. It's like its skin itself is white, whereas baby seals are white and furry. Dugong, on the other hand, I really like the fan elements that Dugong has. Dugong's like flippers are really nice. So just to quickly show you, like its eyes, basically leave. It's even got little tusks. I forgot about the tusks there. So, you know, it's enough to make it different from a seal. It's not offensive. Its body is a bit samey, but you know, and then rather than taking the good elements, it takes the samey element and we get Dugong. Oh, my sweet summer child. Its fins here, really nice. Its little fangs, it's cute. Its eyes, flat. Its horn doesn't really do anything for it. I was watching a YouTube video, one where I said it earlier. It was M&G TV, and he said that he felt that like some Pokemon didn't need an evolution, and Dugong was one of them. I personally think that Dugong, rather than being ice type, could possibly benefit from. See, we already have fairy type, or maybe swapping the water type for a fairy, or just keeping the water ice and giving it access to fairy type. But you know, it already had Aurora Beam, so I think having like a Pokemon, its fins already look very like fan-like. I think a Pokemon that uses fans, that uses auroras, would be really nice. So you could have like a seal that has fans instead of fins. And, you know, uses like fairy type moves as well. It just has access to it. But you know, that would be a chance to incorporate other colors and other things here. But this is just a white sea lion with a horn on its head that we don't even see because it's all white. Unfortunately, that's why Dugong got to go in D for Dugong. But Grimer and Muck, these could be guilty of being samey because they're just balls of sludge. But they took every opportunity to avoid that, which I really like. So they added in the shading, this, you know, to show, which gives us basically these stripes, which make it look like it's dripping, alongside the fact that it's drawn in that kind of shape. Plus, they did remember that it's going to have folds, so it doesn't look samey. It actually looks really nice and broken up for a Pokemon that is just a big blob. So that's really well done, and the attention to detail for that, I think, is pretty good. Is it mind-blowing? No, it's not mind-blowing. But then this is Pokemon. You know, I'm not expecting something like, you know, in Persona. I think there's a few slime monsters in Persona which are really detailed, really creepy. You're not going to get something like that in Pokemon, but those elements are real. What I think Grimer has going for it is its face, its mouth. We know that Grimer eats like a lot of like rubbish, like water is where it comes from, like having a mouth, and the
poison. And its eyes, you know, its eyes are quite big. So although it's a Pokemon, it is, you know, first stage evolution. So you don't want it to be so terrifying that it puts people off wanting to catch it, because you want someone to be able to catch it and you know, train it till it evolves. So it's got to look cute to some degree in order to make people want to catch it. It's either got to be cute or really cool. And if for something like this, where it's a slime monster, if they went with the cool route, it might actually end up looking too scary. Or not scary, but like too edgy almost. So I think for its attention to detail, it definitely deserves to be paid. And I think probably around the Muck. See, Muck does do that thing where it takes all of the good parts of its previous evolution. So again, the shading, the shaping, but expands on it. Now we're looking at that big, cool, scary, angry slime monster. It no longer has the cute eyes. It's got the angry eye. It's like angry and scary. Its mouth shows that. It has like the drip. It's almost like that's like sewn together and slow, and you know, you could tell this is a slow Pokemon from the way that it reaches out. You know, the way that it's drawn feels, shows the slowness. It's dragging itself behind here. So again, that attention to detail, I think, although it's simple in the way of attention to detail, rather than like Doduo, where it's just simple and like not great. So yeah, I think Muck belongs up there, but just because I do think Muck deserves to be an A tier. Muck deserves to be an A tier design-wise, but it is a low A because it doesn't really expand so much upon Grimer's concept, because it is still a ball of slime. But it changes that concept from like cute, like, you know, that cute little sludge ball to like, oh shit, he's sludge. So yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have a quick break just to put this food away and probably grab a little drink. And I will be right back. I will see you all in just a second.
whoa, 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 whoa. I'm back. Yay. Let's go. Got that. Oh. I will bring you all on back. Here we go. Ba-bum. Yeah, so I think we're like pretty much like 2/3 of the way done with this. There are some Pokemon that I do feel warrant like further discussion. This is currently my longest stream ever. I do appreciate that I did have 20 minutes, go and grab a drink and have a little I think some people call it an idol meeting. So yeah, but to be honest, I am getting a little bit of a headache. I have taken some painkillers, but yeah, the same thing that makes it like, difficult to sleep, makes me uncomfortable sometimes. Also gives me headaches at points as well. So it's nothing to worry. It happens. But if it gets too bad, I may have to wrap this up and finish it. But I've got some water. I decided not to drink any more beer just because of the headache. So if it does get any worse, then we can always finish this. But just because it is getting quite late, I'm going to try and do this as streamlined as possible. There are a few Pokemon I do feel there are design elements that I do really want to talk about. I did not foresee this stream going so long, so I will try where possible to avoid, talking and getting sidetracked like I did with the Arbok and trying to find. I was right, by the way. It is paid subscription in Arbok because I was inspired by like the shirts. So like I wasn't completely insane. I'm also aware of the fact that I completely forgot about my banana fritters, so I'm also going to try and eat them while we're going through this. But just in the interest of time, I think I'm going to quick fire round the remaining sort of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so that's what 50 odd Pokemon that's remaining. I think I'm probably going to like try and quick fire around these for all of the ones that I feel are maybe C tier or B tier, and that'll leave us with any potential S's, F's, D's, FD's nuts. Any potential F's, any potential D's, and I don't think there's any get in the bins here. So yeah, we'll quick fire around once I just have this little num num. Oh. Sometimes banana fritters hurt your teeth because they're so sweet, but it's like the pain tastes good. Right, okay. So I'm going to go through C and B tiers. So the literally just crabs. I mean, I feel like I should just move them into like C tier just now because it's like I mean, Krabby is literally just a crab. Kingler, they tried to do something. They tried something. I mean, they are just balls. And I say that in the best way possible. But I do feel, and I will defend them because, you know, their design is more lore inspired, but if I'm going completely by like character creation, design, theory, principles, they are objectively bad, both of them. So they need to both go in here. I know I said everything, but like I just wanted to get them out of the way. So other middling Pokemon. So okay. Yep, that's right. I put Eevee above Pikachu, like every normal person should. Right, okay. So I'm just going to go across them, quick fire round, because trying to sift through them, my brain is not appreciating that. So I'm just going to go across the little row here. Quick fire round. Oh. Okay, so Ghastly. Ghastly is just a ball. Its eyes are really huge, which breaks up the ball. The smoke around it, I don't know whether that's more of an effect or part of the design of the Pokemon. So I'm just going to include that as part of the design. The smoke then helps frame that ball, which is like its main body. I put Haunter into B tier because it's like the main body did get bigger. Not a lot of elements can really be carried across from Ghastly, but I do think overall Ghastly is a good design. Gengar, I think, is an A tier design. I know I said I'm not a believer in here, but again, the face is in the middle. But actually, what saves it from being a B or a C tier design, although Gengar is very samey, the bright red of the eyes, I think, in this one here. But I don't think it always does have bright red eyes. I'm pretty sure sometimes the eyes are white. In which case, I may actually have to move it down to E tier, which I know people aren't going to like. But was it always? Okay, its eyes were paler. Right, okay. No, that's fine, as long as the eyes are always red. This is the sprite that I remember, and this is what Gengar is kind of saved in my head as. It then got a little bit more cartoony. But yeah, so Gengar, A tier design, face being in the middle, actually pulls it back for me closer to Gengar, closer to Ghastly than it does Haunter. Haunter feels like a strange in-between stage for me, which I'm fine with. But I'd be happy with Haunter as like Ghastly to Haunter by itself, which some people, if you didn't have any friends, just had to be happy with for several generations. Yeah, you know, some people just had to be happy with that. Yeah. So the next ones, Onyx. I mean, so Onyx happens to be the favorite Pokemon of the Lord Commander of the Kelpie army.
I know I wasn't taking gameplay into account here, but what it says so design wise, I mean, design wise, it's not particularly bad. You know, it's big, intimidating. The artwork has to rely a lot, but it does give me beats that might be put into a certain place or a certain body part. It does give me images, conjures images. Because at the end of the day, it is just a chain of balls. You know, I mean, here they have incorporated some very small variation. Most of this the variation is taken to get, like, if it got thicker in the middle maybe, and then like skinny and then thick again for the head. There. But like, it's not a bad design, it's just incredibly simple. So I think it has to be like C tier. Like, it's inoffensive. Drowsy, again, C tier. Like, it's a tapier, Dream Eater thing. Hypno, on the other hand, I think is actually quite a good improvement, but I don't think it's enough to warrant it being in B tier. Purely for the fact that where the yellows are not the same, that you could almost convince, like, where's the brown? You know, you could almost convince me that these were like counterpart Pokemon as opposed to like evolutions. If I didn't know that, like, I think Hypno's bigger. They're both like yellow, so you could have told me like one's shtick is that it has trousers and the other one has a scarf. You know? So yeah, they're close enough, but I feel like they should be closer. Execute and Executor. Now, I get that these are supposed to be seeds, but the fact that even like the translators thought that these were like eggs says a lot. So, for that very reason, also, a head's meant to fall off from Executor and become an Execute. Like, the seeds fall off. They don't look at all like, you know? So, plus, they're always like, oh no, it's not that. They're not, they are seeds. That's why they're grass type. Doesn't one of them have a bloody yolk on show? Unless that's meant to be like I forget what the name of it is. It's the part of the seed that actually does the growing. I forget what that's called, but you know, they have other seed Pokemon that look a lot more seedy, like not like seedy, like I'm gonna get you. Not that kind of seedy, but like seed-like. They look more seed-like, is what I'm trying to say. So for that reason, it's gonna have to be an F. Those, and I do like them, but Executor, however, I think for a, like, if they did it from like type to like conception. So they said, we want a grass psychic type. Then I think they've done quite well. I don't really know what a palm tree has to do with psychic powers, other than the fact that the heads communicate, I guess, and the heads are kind of like the coconuts from palm tree, but you know, they're all kind of like a palm tree. Anyway, I'm going to put it in C, but I'm going to give it quite a high C. Reason being, I do think with a couple of tweaks that it could be like a really nicely designed Pokemon. I think it needs to decide whether its bottom half is the coconut or the palm tree, because the Alolan Executor clearly has the body as the palm tree, but this one's more coconut shaped. So yeah, I feel like some slight tweaks here and there. Maybe? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Hitmonlee, too samey. I actually thought that, for some reason, as a kid, Hitmonlee made me think of fudge. Like, I thought it was made of fudge. Like, I thought it was a Pokemon made of fudge. Its concept is kicking, but I don't know. It shouldn't have to strike a pose for us to know that its concept is kicking. And I get that that's like an art choice, that it's striking that pose in the little sprite there. But I mean, if we go to its artwork as well, I mean, it's already lifting its leg. Its legs are springs, and I really like that concept. I need the rest of it to sort of make sense. I mean, what is it meant to be based on? I mean, Bulbapedia is even kind of like wishy-washy with it, I think. Like, there's nothing tying it to... I'm probably going to butcher these names. Zingtan and Abanta. There's nothing, like, there. They've just said, oh, well, it's headless and fights with martial arts, which I think is kind of a disservice, you know? So I'm going to put... this in F. Hitmonchan, however, I don't get why it has to have clothes, but it's definitely C tier. Like, it has a clear concept. I mean, I have personally some questions, but it's not offensive. Not offensive. I don't get why Lickitung has to exist. I don't. But, in saying that, design-wise, it's like a salamandery kind of iguana kind of thing. You know, you can definitely tell it's reptilian. It has a huge tongue, which is a trait that they have, so it is sort of rooted there, and it doesn't stray too far from the concept. I mean, its whole gag is, it's called Licky Tongue. It has a giant tongue and it licks shit. I feel like, is that enough of a concept? Like, I don't know. Like, I kind of feel... You know what? I'm gonna put it in D tier. I don't feel like, you know, sat at a boardroom. I don't feel like going in there being like, hey, what about we had a Pokemon that was mainly a tongue? But the thing is,
although that is its concept, Lickitung is quite well designed for that. I just think the reason, unlike some of these ones where it needs some tweak, I think Lickitung needs more. It needs something to help flesh it out. So unlike Hitmonlee, where it needs more, I'm just pulling myself. I'm comfy again. It needs more because it's severely lacking in both concept and design. Lickitung's design is objectively good. It's a bright pink colour. It has the cream yellowy patches to break it up. Its tail is big with the sort of spiral in it, so it helps add shading to it to help break it up. Its knees have the little circle patterns on them, which, while it might feel unnecessary, do help again break up that solid pink fleshy colour. So yeah, I just think it needs streamlined. And probably what they didn't do, they did not do that with Licky Licky. That shit just spiraled out of control, man. Spiraled. Coughing and wheezing. I mean, they're gas sacs. I think with their shtick, their design premise, they are like the personification of my asthma. So dirty air, dirty bad air. And I think like really thin sacs filled with explosive gases that are alive are quite good ways to do that. I think coughing is probably it's basic. I feel like it could do more. However, wheezing, I think wheezing is fantastic in terms of its design. I don't know if it's quite muck level. Because I mean, it literally grows like a tumor and looks, terrible. Like if you look at them together, it is a coughing. Like it has the same pattern. It grows like a little tumor or two, which is something that could happen from, storing these gases. I'm going to put it as a high B, up there with Venomoth and Bulbasaur. Actually, no. I think I'm going to scooch it down because I don't think it. I might just get. Rhydon. It's a rhino made of rock. Can't tell if that's bastard. Ringo brr. In concept, good. Execution, I think, is bad. It's very samey, although I will admit it being broken up into different bits does sort of help it a little bit. Like its spines and the little holes and stuff in there. But it is incredibly samey. It, at a distance, it just looks like a grey blob. So yeah, I'm gonna have to put that into D tier. Rhydon, however, it's broken up a little bit. It is on 2 legs. There is more to that. Honestly, I would have rather had Rhydon as a Pokemon by itself instead of Rhyhorn. Like, I would have rather just had this than this with this. Like, make this a late stage Pokemon, like a late game Pokemon. I get why it's there, because they tie in nicely together. It shows that it is a rhino. It shows where its concept comes from, but
Also, I would like for Pokemon that's grey, it's really hard for it to not be samey. So I'm going to put it in low B. Low B. Chansey. Chansey is A tier. Oh no, that's F. Chansey is A tier. And the reason for that is it's a Pokemon all about motherhood. And, you know, its entire concept is egg. Plus, alongside that, being lucky. Like, being lucky in the sense of, like, you're blessed. Although maybe not blessed by a giant talking tree in your basement. But you, like, if you are lucky, you're blessed. And a lot of people say, like, oh, I was blessed to have my kids and all that. So it does all tie together. It's pink. And it's an egg. But they've kind of got it, like, in two halves. Like, egg pouch, which takes up a lot of space. And the arms holding the egg. And then its face with its little hair flips here. And its face up the top end. Kind of means it's in two halves. So, although it's very pink, there's enough things there visually that doesn't become like a big pink blob. Although I would totally understand if you did say it's a big blob. Tangela is literally just a ball of blue vines with red shoes. I feel like it belongs in D tier. It needs some work. Like, I like the idea of the mystery that we don't know what's inside it. Tangrowth, I did think did good. Like, it gave it arms, for God's sake. But, like, I think we need more from Tangela. Like, it's such a good concept. But, like, it's not there. It's kind of similar to Lickitung in the sense where there's a concept there, it needs fleshing out. Kangaskhan, honestly, S tier. I think that even to go as far as, like, you know, Chansey is a Pokemon about motherhood and, like, the caring side, Kangaskhan is that mum who will, like, end up lifting up a car to, like, save a kid. And, you know, having it as a marsupial, which is quite rare, as well, I think works incredibly well. Makes me think of Winnie the Pooh with Kanga and Roo. Like, maybe it's just that Winnie the Pooh influence, but other than kangaroos being, you know, a little bit crazy, or really all marsupials, I think, kind of, at least in popular media, have a bit of a maternal spin put on them, just because they carry their babies around in a pouch, an inbuilt nature pouch. But applying that to, like, a ferocious fighter is also based on Genghis Khan, and for it to look both ferocious, well, in fact, ferocious, marsupial, and caring. You know, it protects its little baby. That is phenomenal design. That's three really different concepts. And they are blended together in great way. The colours are fantastic. The pouch, so the baby being a different colour from the pouch. And if you notice, the shape of the pouch is egg shape, just like our little eggy over here. So it's still that egg motherhood sort of symbolism that we've got going on there. I feel like an English teacher when I say something symbolism, but it's like a motif, like an icon almost. She's an icon. And then, you know, the head could merge into the body, but it's got like a little black like cap or like line on its face just to break that up. Kangaskhan is a phenomenally designed Pokemon. Really, really well done. Cedra's just a seahorse, isn't it? Cedra, I will say, is better. Cedra, you belong in C tier. I will say, Cedra, the design from, Horsey, Cedra, and then on to Kingdra. Kingdra is really well done. Like, I think the idea of like a seahorse as a dragon, I don't know why, but thematically that just works to me. But unfortunately, Kingdra is a Gen 2 Pokemon, so we can only really think about the growth from I'm brain farting. I literally just said the name. We can only really think about the growth from Horsey to Cedra. While the design is better, part of one of these things, Cedra's design kind of almost a little bit implies poison typing, and it has the ability to poison point as well, but it isn't. And maybe that's sort of fitting into it, like the spikes. I think are kind of hinting, and the poison point ability that it has. Possibly, though, I think if you did go with the rounder sort of thing that Horsey has going on, while I do find Horsey incredibly cute, it is just a blue seahorse. Not to say seahorses aren't cute, I'm just saying design-wise, it is just a blue seahorse. I think if they went for that rounder appeal, it would have just ended up doing a Poliwrath, Poliwhirl, where it's like, oh wow, it got bigger. Like, it wouldn't have been all that impressive. I see why they did it. It was like Mickey, but if it was fleshed out more at the start. Also, Kingdra should have been there from the get-go. Or Cedra just, even at the stage of Gen 1, Cedra just feels unfinished, to me at least. Cedra feels extremely unfinished. And that's without considering, like, it just looks like it should have another evolution. If you were to show me these two, I would be like, nah, I need more from this, It's a fish. It's a fish with a horn. Like, no, do you know what? I will say, Seaking is a nice Pokemon. It's the lowest of D tiers because it is, like, I had a fish as a kid that I called Seaking because it was just like Seaking minus the horn. I mean, you can't just stick a horn on a literal animal. You can't just stick a horn on it and give it some lips and be like, yo, that's a Pokemon, stick it in the new game. Now, these two, I have always had conflicting ideas and feelings about Star You and Star Me, guys. So there are things that I like, and there are things that I don't. I really like the simplicity. I really like the colors, but at the same time, I really don't like the simplicity of them. And, like, I don't understand why Star Me? Are you? The first stage one, my brain has stopped working. I'm so sorry. I don't understand why that's got to be brown, but its evolution is purple. I can't see like any thematic reason for it, you know, other than the jewel does get bigger for what is it? It's a star U. I'm just going to check. Put that star U. Star U. Wait. So like for star U, it's just a little red like gem in the middle, but star U is like a full-on like diamond. Like it is like a full-on like crystal. One reason I could see for it being purple is associated with royalty. So with the gem getting bigger and basically more expensive looking, it's went purple to sort of match that theme of being like high class. It's just an idea because at the end of the day they are starfish. I do like the idea though that the core, like the gem part, is the actual Pokemon basically. They just regrow the star limbed part because they are also starfish, which is where the water type is from. So they're starfish, gem, technically also aliens because I believe that there's like some kaiju reference in there somewhere. There's like a giant, it's like a star guy from Persona. Like he's just a star with an eye in the middle. I believe the kaiju knowledge is not great, but I believe there's a kaiju guy out there that is like a star with an eye in the middle. So yeah, that's why I've always had conflicting feelings. So I think, just to be on the safe side, I feel this is a bit of a cop-out. I'm going to put star U and star me into B. Actually, I'm going to put them into C tier. Because here's the thing. It was as straightforward as this is mushroom taking over bug and big winged dragon. You know, like all of these, like they are good designs. I would be able to understand where they're coming from. So I feel like C tier, like it's definitely not D, and it's definitely not A. So, Mr. Mime. Now, depending on the concept and the idea, Mr. Mime could be argued that Mr. Mime is an objectively well designed. Hear me out on this one. It's very clearly a mime. Its Japanese name is barrier, because it's meant to be like the barriers that mimes use. It so clearly translates to a mime that we called it Mr. Mime. So right away from the get-go, I do think its design matches what it's based on, and it's clearly inspired by that. There is also some Harlequin influence though, from like the little hair and the little pointy shoes and stuff like that. But also, one thing that people say they don't like about Mr. Mime is the fact that it looks so weirdly human compared to all the rest of them. And like its skin color, I say that is the point of Mr. Mime. Mimes, for a lot of people, are quite creepy. like a lot of people don't like them. They don't talk, they just move about by themselves. Mimes for people can be creepy. So Mr. Mime being creepy, at least to me, makes sense. So I'm going to argue that Mr. Mime, while does need some streamlining, and I could possibly do without the flesh color, because the flesh color is too similar, for me at least, to the pink that's like, you know, balls that's all over it. I would have rather that they maybe went with the pink and made the balls a different color, possibly. I'm not exactly sure on how they would resolve Mr. Mime, but they might have done something like, yeah, like they made its cheek things bigger. Like it's supposed to look like awkward and kind of creepy, because it is a mime. Mimes creep people out. So yeah, I'm gonna say that Mr. Mime is objectively well done. You don't have to like it, but it is objectively well designed and does what it was meant to do. So I'm gonna put it in B tier, and I'm gonna say it's designed better than the previous. Yeah. Scyther, praying mantis, you know immediately what it is. Screams bug type. Bugs kind of have the advantage that they are made up of like really distinct segments, so it's kind of hard for them to look samey. So I'm going to say that Scyther's a solid A tier. But part of that is by virtue of it just being a bug. But you can stick massive scythes on things and it's gonna look cool, you know? Jinx. A controversial Pokemon. I believe its origins are like the, what are they called? There's one in Persona, and they've got like the long nails, and like the hair is like made of straw, and it's like a doll, like of some sort. Excuse me. But I believe that's part of the inspiration. Also the Angro style in Japan, with like the tan and the bright blonde hair, heavy makeup. There's also belly dancing, which is tied in there. There's a lot of things that's in there. I feel like Jinx. See, I always kind of saw Jinx, Electabuzz, Magmar all as like a little group. I never understood why Jinx was like both ice and psychic. You know? Like, why psychic? And I think it's because the dancing that it does is meant to like communicate like special messages. I mean, but then there's also the question of like, well, I think it is because it's a type of yokai. That's why it has the ice type, I think. Well, let me just see if Bulbapedia agrees with me, because I could be chatting complete shite. But yeah, if it is a yokai, then, or based on a yokai, then yeah. Opera singer. Yeah, the Viking thing, I do see that. I do see that. Fiona who lacked feet. Control over snow, yeah. So, you know, absolutely fair. So it's totally fair that, you know, Jinx is ice type. The psychic type, not. I'm not sure it needs the psychic type. But that's like a gameplay element. I always saw the three of them sort of together. Like ice, electric, fire. Ice, electric, fire. You know? I mean, that's water, electric, fire, but it's close enough. So yeah. Jinx has a lot of elements. I think what Jinx needs, or needed, I don't think it'll get much attention now or ever again. Just given certain controversies that did mention and discuss on that Bulbapedia page there. But I do think Jinx would benefit from some streamlining in terms of the design. Like, is it Viking? Is it, you know, Gangaro? Is it an opera singer? Like, it doesn't have to be like, is it a yoga? Like, it doesn't have to just be one. I just think having, in my own opinion, and again, this is completely my opinion, this whole thing is, but in my opinion, it helps to have one central tenant to sort of work around that. So I'm going to put Jinx into like B tier, but just because she needs some help. Once she has some help, I'm sure she'll be good. These two I'm going to treat the same. They can both go into B tier. I'm not offended by them, but they always lacked presence to me. I do think the revolve forms, I know some people take some like issue with the evolve forms and some of their designs, particularly like the lips for Magmortar, but I do think that they're a lot more imposing. You know, like Electivire looks intimidating. Electabuzz gives me, and this could just be the stripes, I would call my Electabuzz Kyle, and I would assume it drinks regular Monster and punches holes in walls. Like, that's just the vibe that it gives me. It doesn't give me like intimidating. It gives me like, you need to touch some grass. Like, you need to get out and have some life skills, sir. That's what it gives me at this stage. Pinsir's fine. Okay. I mean, it's got the same virtue as Scyther of being a bug and having segments. It could go up here, but I feel Scyther lends itself better. Like, you know, these two were kind of counterparts at that stage, and then Pinsir kind of became counterparts with Heracross. Still argue in terms of like Stag and Hercules beetles that Heracross is designed better. I just think, honestly, I just think they wanted a cool Stag. I don't think there was any reason for it. I just think they wanted a cool Stag beetle, and that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Pinsir is not designed bad. It has some natural things going for it, like it's being a bug, so it's segmented, so it doesn't look too silly. Its face is also in the middle of its body. That also helps stop it. Its pincers are quite noticeable, like from a distance as well, so it's clear to interpret what it is. And I wouldn't want to come across one of these in the wild, but Tauros is basically, it's a bull with 3 tails. And, I don't know, some Bane-style face jewelry. I get that it's also based on, like, his tails are whips. It whips itself up with their friends. But, because that concept of, like, whipping cattle and things like that is so closely related, feels, I want to say lacking, for a better word, but honestly, the way that I would improve Tauros is, I think many people even before me have said it, Tauros' design does not give to me the impression that it's finished. It gives to me the impression it's still growing. So I do think if this was part of an evolutionary chain, and its purpose was to, indicate key things about this Pokemon, about this evolution line, represent it wanting to grow, I think that Tauros would fit that part really well. Now, it doesn't. Magikarp and Gyarados, I honestly, these are solid B tier Pokemon. In fact, I would actually argue that Gyarados is A tier, but Gyarados, I get why it's flat. I really do. But it Gyarados is tricky because I feel like there could be something, but also there's nothing that I would personally change. If I was the creator of Gyarados, I'd personally look to actually get some advice, possibly collaborate with someone on this, because I can't think of anything that would benefit Gyarados. The design is by no means bad. It is a really good design. But I feel like Gyarados is a design that would be easy and with some finessing in S tier design. If that makes any sense. That's just what I think. I'm not saying it's a bad design, I'm just saying I can see an opportunity for it to be an S tier. But I don't know what it's needing for that. What I can say is it's not what they did to its Mega. I don't think Gyarados appreciated being turned into an angry sausage. Nah. So I'm going to put it in A tier. But yeah, because Magikarp's B tier. It is just a fish, but like it's got like this little motif of the crown, Koi King, as well as like its fin, its little crown, and yeah, it's literally a card. That's all I can really say about that. Lapras, problem with Lapras is you usually see it in a lot of its art. I do think it's a well-designed Pokemon. I wish it had again something more. I'm going to put it as a B tier, but like a really high B. Front of And I say this just because I live in Scotland. I've seen a lot of interpretations of a Loch Ness monster. As is like beta name was Ness. It is like definitely based on the Loch Ness monster. I don't know, maybe the neck would have been longer, the fin, the flippers bigger possibly, or maybe even just a bigger tail. But I feel like there's something. I also don't get why the ears are like the little swirly swirls that slow. I don't get why that needs to be there. I would rather that it was something more sleek and agile, or even like fins like Vaporeon has, than the little swirls. But it's still a fairly good one. It's you know, and at least it's nice to see it taking a Loch Ness monster from dinosaur. It has differences. Ditto. I just Ditto does what it says on the thing. Put it right in the bottom B tier because it's definitely not C tier. It doesn't need any changes. It's just super simple. Nothing to really do. The same some takes like online like Little Evolution. What is it going to evolve into? What would it do? It's kind of stuck. Like I don't think it needs it. Yeah, I don't think Ditto should ever get an evolution. This whole shtick transforming. So I know that there was going to be like a baby Ditto. Maybe if they had like a weaker version of transform, like maybe it just learned Mimic instead. That as annoying as baby Pokemon can be, I could see that maybe being a thing, but I don't think Ditto would ever get like an evolution. That would be. I don't see what. Okay. I think it needs to be said. These guys are all A tier, but different A tiers. So, Jolteon, absolutely top tier A tier for design. Vaporeon, I'd say also top tier for A, like top A. Flareon, I want to say it's either it's low A or very high. I feel like it's very clearly still fire, but yeah, nah, it's gonna go. I said they were all A. Flareon's gonna be. These two are quite identifiable as like electric. It's yellow and it's spiky. It sends a very clear message. Also, the spikes help it not look samey. The ears are really good at like showing that it's fast and agile. Vaporeon, blue, the little white collar and the ears indicate yes, this is water. It's not ice. Very clearly water. Fins along the ridge fin things along the back of the tail, while the body things look a little bit samey. I think there's like fins on the back of the legs and stuff. Maybe. And then the tail ending in like a split fish tail. While it's samey, there's enough physical body components that your eye always has something different to look at, so you're not necessarily noticing that the Vaporeon is mainly just blue dog. You know? In the same way that Jolteon spikes mainly yellow dog, but you've got that visual appeal to you. Flareon, I mean, colours together are fire colours, like that yellow and the orange, but like it's basically an orange dog with green fluff. which maybe if they were switched around, like it was like green body and then had orange fluff. But like, it's still a good design. It's just less recognizable than the other two, as its type personally. Like evolutions, I think other than Sivleon with its like lippy ribbons, almost gave me flying type, because flying is sometimes associated with wind. The evolutions all pretty much nail their type. Like, you can look at an evolution, you know what type it is. Other than, as I said, Sivleon. But then it's kind of hard to say, like, Fairy, Moonlights, all that. The Moonlight was like Umbreon. So, you know, instead it went with like Fairy, like the aspect of Fairy Pokemon that was like healing. How do you manifest with holding hands and showing affection? So that's quite a hard thing to design. So I think they still did well, and Sivleon has the aspects of fairy Pokemon like the big eyes and all of that as well. But the ribbons and the twirly ribbon things, like that's just me. So Flareon looks the least like it type of thing. Porygon. I'm not mad at Porygon. I don't think there's anything I could do. I can think of that would improve Porygon. I guess that makes it B tier. Definitely not 8. Like, as far as like Porygon is 8 scores. Yeah, Porygon is definitely, I'd say, B tier in terms of design. Its colours really stand out to me. And that's something I really like. It's almost like this Porygon is the Vaporwave Pokemon. Like when you like, let me show you what I mean. For those that didn't like this blue and like pink color scheme. Very retro, like the angles, the pink, the blue. Porygon basically is Vaporwave. It's like 80s, 90s, like scheme, and that's when it was invented. Porygon is the Vaporwave. Yeah, like just imagine Porygon running through like this. Like, you could see Porygon just like running through this and it fit totally fine. But yeah, Porygon, Vaporwave. All of the fossils, B, A. These two, it gets bigger, gets spikes, and eyes and mouth change. I don't really know where they were going to go with it. It would have been really nice if it came out of its shell. But they feel complete. Like, the two of them. They feel correct. I would have liked to have seen more from Almastar, though. Like, it's basically just, yeah, I'm gonna have to. Like, if I'm saying I need more Almatite, though, like, I think it's alright. Like, not worst, not greatest. Kabuto is the same. But then Kabutops, I think
I mean, it has the same gig as Scyther. It being the whole, oh, I've got the sharpy cutties in my hands. But like, it's prehistoric and it's rock. So visually different, similar concept. Not that Kabutops is bad, I just think Scyther again does it better. So yeah, I just think Scyther does the slices a bit better. Aerodactyl for me is also a B tier. I feel like See, here's the thing. I said it with such confidence, like, nah, Aerodactyl's B tier, design-wise. But then I'm trying to think. Actually, yeah, because other than the weird goatee part, I actually really like Mega Aerodactyl. I think I know what it is. I feel like Aerodactyl is probably too samey. And that's why the black parts that come shooting out of its body kind of fit for me, personally, when I see its Mega. Just because if you're looking at, like, we have a look at the art, there's a lot of grey, and again, grey is quite like a flat, hard on the eye colour. You're watching Watch Mojo count down the top 10 Ultra Beasts from Pokemon. Wait, is it actually? Oh, Nightmare Fuel Pokemon. You leave me alone. Aerodactyl. Here we go. Like, it is a lot of grey. It's a lot of grey. But like, I do really like the wings, and I quite like the tail. It's not often we get like an arrow shaped Pokemon. So I do like the tail design and the weird little features. But I think for me, other than this chin goatee and the fact that he loses his hands when he Mega Evolves, I really think that Mega Aerodactyl is like way forward. So maybe that it's, I think maybe Aerodactyl is good, but the reason I'm going to keep it in B tier but bump it up is similar to Lapras. I don't think it's a bad Pokemon, in which case Gyarados should really come down to here. Actually no, because Gyarados can be an A tier if it wants to, or rather an S tier if you tried hard. I don't think Aerodactyl, even with some finessing, could be an S tier. Snorlax. Pretty simple. Snorlax is A tier for me. Good concept. Concept carries through. Got a baby Pokemon. It's really clear that Snorlax is like some sort of hibernating thing, like a bear or something like that. Not exactly clear what it is, but the concept is not so much of it being an animal. It's the concept that it sleeps all the time and that it just eats and sleeps. And that comes across super clear. One thing I do really like. This is so stupid. So Snorlax is obviously very round. Its belly helps it look round because it, rather than it sort of like coming in like that, it comes right out, so it looks really distended. But part of it's all about eating, and the white part on Snorlax's face is a little Pac-Man. That's the top of the mouth, that's the open mouth, there's Pac-Man on its side. Oh, Foxy Boy, thank you for the follow. Oh, I'm here. Foxy Boy, I hope you've, I don't know how long you've been in for, but I hope you're enjoying it. I was just admiring Snorlax's little Pac-Man that he has done on his face, because he's all about eating. So, yeah, that's what I've been doing. We've been doing a little design tier list. It's not about, like, it's more the theory of design than anything else. So it's not about like good Pokemon like to play with. It's just the design. There are a few I've been told by people that have checked in on the stream that I have a few controversial ones on here. They've messaged elsewhere. Like I got asked why I put Primeape and Mankey in A tier. So it's just purely about designs, not about like gameplay. But we're nearly done, but I hope that you've been having a good day. So yeah, Snorlax, easy, right, the birds. Okay, the first thing I need to do, if we take the fire away from Moltres, if we take the fire away from Moltres, it's one of these. Wait. Taking the fire away from Moltres gives us these. And for that entire reason, Moltres' design is F tier. It needs something else. It needs color or something, a secondary aspect for it in like the actual body, not just the fire. It could be so cool. I mean, look at Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh is like, even look at Galarian Moltres, even though that's not like the same Pokemon. But it's just a yellow bird that's on fire. It's just a bird that's on fire. What I will say is the fire is really well strategically placed for Moltres. But the rubber chicken thing, yeah, that's why it's F. I think the other birds are probably harder to place though. For example, Articuno. Articuno has a positive and a negative for me. Articuno, I really like the tail design on Articuno. The tail is really nice, swoopy. It goes really well. The crest on the head is really nicely placed, but it also looks like a bearded pigeon. Now, Articuno has better design aspects. For me, one thing I really like is the squaring off of the feathers for Articuno, because it is ice type, so it alludes to more freezy than anything else. I'd say Articuno, design-wise, is probably a high B. I don't think it's worthy of like an A, unfortunately. It looks too pigeony for me. I think it's the thigh, the wing shape. Whereas like Galarian, because they are kind of like roughly designed the same way. I mean, Galarian, it could also be the size of the wings as well. So yeah, for that reason, we're going to put Articuno in. We're going to put it middle of B, I think. Right next to Hero. Zapdos. I think Zapdos is really well designed. The black and yellow really contrast. The only issue I have with Zapdos is if we look at Zapdos' design, the black sits behind the yellow in all cases. Even here, around the eyes. I would like some of that black to, even if it was just small, thin feathers, you know, like little lightning crackles here and there, not even on every single one of the spikes, but just to help break it up a bit. I think definitely imposing. There is one issue I can see with Zapdos, and that would be that Zapdos's beak really blends in. I think they actually made it more orange eventually. Let's see. Yeah, they did. They made it a bit more orange now. Especially in Let's Go. But it's still, because of the shade of yellow that they use, it's still really difficult to actually make out the face. So for that reason, I'm gonna put, I'm gonna say it's a really high C. It does need some finessing, a little bit of help. But what? Okay. We're nearing the last bits here. Luckily, I can do this. Dratini, adorable. A tier. It's small, it gives small, cute, the colours are nice. This is a really good way to do a snake-like Pokemon. The belly on it helps split it up and stops it looking like a noodle. Dragonair. Really high B. For me, conceptually, a little bit too similar to Dratini. I do think, however, it's still a really nice design. I would have liked to have seen more than... It could have kept the lighter colour and changed more about the physical design of it. Dragonite is like really high A, but I don't think it's worthy of an S tier design. The reason being, it doesn't carry enough through. It's a strong design on its own, but it is part of a 3-stage evolution. It doesn't carry enough through from its previous evolutions. Dragonite does look really out of place, like super out of place. And I've heard a theory similar that Gyarados was supposed to be the final evolution, which I don't buy for the Dratini line, and that Magikarp was supposed to be the evolution for Dragonite. I can see where they're getting that from, because orange, little dangly thing, and then these guys are blue, and they're all serpentine. I mean, maybe years in beta, but I don't think that's there. And then the last two, Mewtwo and Mew, frankly, I don't think Mewtwo is S tier in design. I definitely think it's A tier, but it does run the risk at points of looking too samey. Again, just because there's not enough to break it up, but Mewtwo is quite a well physically proportioned Pokemon that it doesn't it doesn't like do much in terms of it's not bulky, so any color that is there is like enough. So the color isn't going to be too distracting or too blobby because there isn't a huge bulk. It's not like if we had Gengar with a face the size of Mewtwo. Gengar's going to look really off and really samey with that, but because Mewtwo is quite skinny and sleek. Alongside that, Mew. I mean, Mew's just adorable. I think as a prototype, it does have. See, Mew's quite simple, but it's supposed to be. It's basically coordinator to all of the Pokemon, so it has to be able to have become all. So this here is the whole alignment. Well, not alignment chart, but this is the whole of our chart and the designs. Luckily, no one ended up in the bin. No one ended up in the bin, so that's something. These are all the ones. So C and D and F are all the ones I do think need help. Not necessarily bad design. They need help. B are some pretty solid designs overall. A are really good designs, and S tier. I mean, these ones are just in terms of like design and how they're put together. Really good. Really good. So yeah. Let me just one second. It's all good. So, I'll probably be uploading this to Twitter, just so everyone can roast me on my really bad taste in Pokemon designs. But yeah, thank you for everyone who popped along to say hello. Unfortunately, among us all, I don't know how to pronounce the letter you asked me to pronounce. But thanks for dropping by anyway. I think you had the chat on my voice on mute. You're probably spared from my my rambling. But thank you everyone who came along. My headache is feeling a little bit better. So with that being said, this has been my longest stream to date. This has been an entire 6 hours and 10 minutes as it stands just now. So thank you everyone who came along. And for now, I'll be saying good night and Cheery bye.